Hello, and welcome to my baby stream. It is I, Ellie, aka Keep New. How's it going, everybody? I'm joined tonight by Winnie. She's over here. Also, thank you for following Freddie Lachance. Let me know how you say it. Thanks for the follow. Kiss the chin. Oh man, I'm gonna have to climb on the bed. It's true. Also, I forgot to turn my lights on. I plugged them in, but I didn't turn them on. Boom. Boom. Look at that. There we go. Hey, thank you, Static, for subscribing. Dang, for 10 months. Dang. How are you guys doing tonight? She's potatoing. She's doing pretty good at her potato routine. Oh dude, okay. So I've got this is I got this in the mail. This is the after school DSS after school in 1992. This is the OG version, the TKL one. Lambs sent to me a link. Someone was selling this on Mech Market for like, because I think it's up on Norbauer's site for like I think $220 right now is like the retail price. It was $180 including shipping, which was a good deal. So I actually made a TikTok. So I'll be posting that, and I took kind of like some videos of the keycaps. So I'll be posting that. TikTok is so confusing. Like, that's all I have to say. But yeah, I made like a TikTok to show off like the keycaps and be bougie. But so I'll try and post that probably tonight or tomorrow. I'm too lazy. But let me switch to here. It is confusing. So something that was really interesting to me was it comes with a freaking authentication card. It's hard to see. Oh, thank you for following, is Max. Tic Tacs, especially the orange one. Ooh, orange Tic Tacs are the real one though. I don't know why that made me think. My dad growing up would always carry mints in his pocket, and he would do certs still exist? Is that a thing still? But he would have like the rolls of mints. I don't know if those were certs, and then there was like ones that were like in the box, like a Tic Tac box. But yeah, he would carry those around, and so I'd always like go hit him up for mints. But yeah, so look at this bougie card. This is the after school 1992. This has a thing on the front, and then it says product credential. Look at this. He freaking makes like a legit passport for every keycap set. Look at this crap. Like, this is legit like passport material. It's so crazy. And he signs it. What the heck? Norbauer is like, I feel like Norbauer is like one of the few in the community who can use the word bespoke unironically and be accurate. Yeah, I'm here for the bouginess. But yeah, it's a nice material printed in the US. You know that there's some crazy like custom letterpress that did this mess. It's crazy. Anyways, I put these keycaps on my discipline. Wait, there's something else in here. Oh! Look at that! Dude! What the heck? I didn't even see that earlier. Surprise! Wow, what should I put this on? Just put it on like something. Put it on my wallet so that it'll get more money. We love custom, bespoke, luxury, mechanical. Heck yeah, you know me. I'm all about the luxury. But anyways, this is the keycap set. Also it has, so like the caps sit in this foam so they don't move, and there's this big old piece of foam underneath. Also, hello Chu. And hello, Ben. How are you doing? Also, congrats, Chu. I think you got 300 followers on Twitch. Increasing. The baby stream is increasing. I'm cooking pasta and we'll be lurking here. Hey, yeah. So make sure to follow Chu. But yeah, so the foam's really nice. It comes in. I'm gonna put this on the board when we're done with it. I think I have compatibility. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. So, but yeah, I put it on my discipline so I can show you that. So look at this keyboard. Are you kidding me? Look at her. She's beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, this purple keyboard case has been one of my best purchases. It matches so well with so many different sets. And also, this copycat, I swear, was color matched to After School. It's really, like, really well color matched, so I'm real happy. I want to rebuild this board though. I'm not in love with Zelios anymore. We fell out of love. This case is actually from SM Keyboards. So he had it as like an in-stock sale on his Instagram. And I was like, yes please, give to me. He also made me this one. This was a commission. But yeah, this board looks great with like all of the caps I put on it. I put Tarot, I put 808 Boom, I put Hennessy, this one. I feel like I tend to like gravitate towards purple stuff too. Oh yeah, so these are they're like a purple countersunk screw, I think is what it's called. So it has like the little like thing underneath the screw. I don't know what it's called, but I much prefer this style of hardware compared to like what the P3D cases have right now. I think those are called like Chicago bolts or something. I'm not a huge fan of those. I don't like the look of them. That's right. I don't like it. But yeah, so we're gonna be building a Rekt1800 today. But I also have a surprise too for the typing test. So if you're awake, make sure to stick around. But if not, check out the check it out tomorrow on the VOD, because I got something new that I'm excited to test. Also, shout out to Rubber Duckies. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Rubber Duckies. So yeah, that might be a clue for what's happening later. So I need to. What do I want to do? Well, I'll show you the board first. So here's the keyboard. Happy birthday, but stay away from my bongos. Yeah, you only really have to worry if you have bongos. That's the real struggle. Oh no, trades. Okay, well, be sure to check out the VOD. I'll clip it if nobody clips it, and I'll share in the Discord too. But this is the keyboard we're building today. It's a Lavender Rekt1800. The case color is real nice. So last time we soldered the LEDs on this. Is it's trade splatter or trade splatter? I always thought it was trade splatter, but you're right. It could be trade platter. I would never know. User's choice. Nice. So let me pull out the PCB. I like that Canon keys made their purple more purple. Oh really? It was a bit more muted before. That's good to know. Yeah, it's a really nice like lavender color. I think Danielle told me that she plans on putting Magic Girl on this board. Those are those O-ring thingies. Also, I am such a fan of this board series. Oh yeah, me too. I love the fact that these boards are in stock. Like, what? So let me put the bump-ons first. And then we gotta do some stabilizers. I have the Brutal 60, very happy with that. White Rekt1800. Oh yeah, that's right. Eric built one on Neck Fun Deck. The birthday boy is here. Happy birthday, Rubber Duggets. Hope you had a good day. You get a free pass today. You can threaten my bongo cats and I won't send you stab emojis. To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of Brutalist design, but I do like the typing experience. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most, like, innovative design, right? It's just, like, basic and solid, which I think that's, that was, like, that's the purpose, right? Is to have a good, like, mid-entry-level board. The big 2-1, time for a drinky. Work was doo-doo, but once I got home it was better. Oh yeah, you got auto-botted. That was funny. That happened to me like one time, and I think I was sharing like, I think it was that gif where like the people or the meme where they're like holding hands like this, like, and it has the big like muscle dudes. Show you my guns, and it's like, I don't know why, but Discord flagged it for me. They weren't ready for the guns. Way more forgiving of a type rating experience than tray mount. Because this board is considered like burger mount, right? Because of the little like ring thingy. I don't really know much about mounting systems. I just know the in stock. I'm gonna put this over here. Winnie will guard the keyboard for us. What? They are, but not by much. Yeah, I guess the little ring thingies, that's something new for me that I found interesting. Alright. I lubed one stab sets of, what are those things? Housing. So we gotta do the rest. So this board is a full size, so it has, for the configuration that she wants, it's like 5 sets of stabs. So it's a lot. Let me get rid of this. So we're using the Durag V2 stabs. I did one already. Except for the wire. But what ifs. But yeah, but how's your guys' day going? We were watching Grey's Anatomy in Discord today. Man, it's been forever since I watched that show. Normally I'm team split backspace, but on a big board like this or a TKL, I like full backspace. Yeah, I would agree. I usually like full backspace, except for like if it's a smaller board, because then you want to kind of like have the extra keys. I love Grey's. No, yeah, I do. I hate and love it too. It's been forever since I watched it. I gave up like partway through because I was getting real annoyed of Izzy. Ooh, hello Rochelle, how are you doing? How is the marketing businesswoman life? Derek Shepherd is so mediocre looking? What? Choo! Out here! Wow. Okay, wait. Are you team McDreamy or McSteamy? Or something else? My favorite character out of all of them is Christina. I basically want to be Christina. McScreamy? What? I'm team McChicken Head. Yeah. Okay, wait. But can we though like recognize though McDreamy's hair is real nice. We gotta give him props for that. Sloane's better looking, but why they have to make him oh, that's true. Oh my gosh, my memories are getting triggered. Wow, I totally forgot about her. Also, let's do I'm gonna turn this over so we can be chilling while doing this. I walked away and now there's a panda sticker up in here. Yes. Oh yeah, I put it on here. Yeah, we also got look at I put this on before we got Thought-Key's affiliate, baby. There's our shows right there. Boys got locks, hey again. Why make a character queer if you're just gonna make them be with a different gender? That's true. Who? I can't remember who Callie was with before. I don't even remember. It's been forever. Oh, because she was with like that Arizona lady, right? The like, I forget what her specialty was. Erica, okay. Yeah, okay. It's all coming back. Okay, I wanted to watch this with you actually because I wanted to question some of their like practices because there was like a point where the patient, the old man died and the wife wanted an autopsy but the daughter didn't. And they like just went to the morgue and performed an autopsy without their permission. And I was like, isn't this extremely illegal? Yeah, in the on-call room. Like, are the rooms actually like that? Oh yeah, Mince, we just got into season 2, so we should tone it down on spoilers. I watched Grey's Anatomy with my girlfriend and we just yell the whole time. That's me and Bachelor in Paradise. We watched the new episode today. The episode was kind of like disappointing. It was very dramatic, but also they like really hyped up the fact that they were like evacuating Paradise in the previous episode, and then it was like literally like 3 minutes. Like they didn't even show them outside of where they were. They were just like, a storm's coming, and then it transitions to like the next morning they're back. I can't wait for residency where I totally have to hook up in the encore. Right? That's what you're gonna be doing. You're gonna have to share your stories with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. And cut up bodies without permission and date a patient. There was kind of some foreshadowing where I didn't notice it before, where they Bailey told Izzy like, you get too involved with your patients, and I was like, you don't even know? I mean, that's why people go to med school, right? Obviously, I mean, that's what I learned from Grey's Anatomy. Okay. We got numpad, enter, backspace, shift, space. I think that's it. Bailey's the only sensible one on the show. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if she gets into some antics, but it's nothing compared to the rest of them. Everything I know I learned from TV and movies. Same. Same. Wait, so if we learn everything from TV and movies, how did I learn about keyboards? Does YouTube count as TV? I went home and had a good cry after a really long and sad patient visit. Oh, sad. You know who makes me mad? Weber. Yes, Weber! Oh, hey, Junior, how's it going? I might hit you up, actually. I saw your post about, you were selling some stuff. I was looking at those cam links. But, oh yeah, and also how's the search for the, Bad and Bouge Star Wars caps going? Every time I see one, I try to send it to you. But I don't know which ones you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. This over here. Gonna do the stamps. You're the only one interested in them now? Okay, yeah, I'll hit you up. I have one cam link. I just need to figure out, like, I feel like I'm running out of USB ports on my computer. Because I've been thinking about upgrading my face cam. But do I really want people to see my face in HD? It's more so that I can turn down the ISO so that it's not so like blown out. True. Double J says they want to see the HD face. Okay, I'll do it for you. We want to see Winnie, and that's a great reason is for Winnie, because she's really fluffy and cute. I guess you're okay. Thank you. Like, I'm not that worried. I have been blessed to have like good skin. Like, I never had like an acne phase or anything. It's more like, do I want to come to terms with the reality that I'm might be getting a wrinkle? Or you can see the bags under my eyes because I didn't sleep good last night. Two. I know, I was super blessed. I never had that face. So I would just be showing off them gray hairs and the facial hair and eye bags too from toddler life. Oh man. I have like, I don't know if you can see it, but I have like a gray hair streak coming in, like here. My dad, his hair is gray, and so I started getting gray hair very early, like in high school. But recently I started getting more like fully long white hairs. Would you say it's a rogue hair? Yeah, it's similar to rogue hair. I'm basically getting that, and it's slowly getting stronger. I'm a boomer. Bro, you know that I'm a boomer. I don't know how to use TikTok. I'm a boomer. Why do you have white hairs? You're only 23. Stop stressing. Oh yeah, it's gonna be interesting, like seeing my coworkers from like after the panini, and see how it's like literally aged us. Because I for sure have gotten more gray hairs in the last like year and a half. I literally got white hair during this panini. It's crazy. I know, right? It's wild. Personally, I don't mind it. I just noticed that my white hair is kind of like more of a brassy tone, so I've been looking into getting, I don't know if you see that, I forget what it's called, but basically it's like purple shampoo that you put, or like there's a purple additive you can add to like your shampoo or conditioner to help like combat the brassiness. I know that like old ladies would like add like blue into they would basically like add some blue into their hair dye or whatever, or like to their shampoo. So sometimes their hair would look kind of blue. But it's the same concept. But I've just been debating which brand, but I think my work just started selling Olaplex has one, a purple one. TikTok is something you hire a teenager to do for you. Exactly, Rochelle. I was messaging Chu actually. I was like, Chu, how do I get that robot lady voice with the words on the screen? I was like, I just want a robot lady voice. Tell me why my 67-year-old dad has better skin than me and he washes his face with water. I know, right? Some people are just blessed. I feel like the less you mess with your face, the like less it gets mad at you. Her name is Siri, man. I didn't even give you a card yet. Hey, you know what? We figured it out together. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of the TikTok I made. I need to post it. Because I used the robot lady voice. And because I feel like my voice is kind of monotone for TikTok. Like, I feel like you have to have one of those, like, influencer voices. Either, like, tiny human or, like, what's up, guys? It's your boy. Da, 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 da. I don't have that energy. I'm just trying to survive. Rubber duckies. For full Morgan. Exactly, right? There's, like, certain... like voices that would perform well, and mine is not one of it. Gamer girl, yeah. Gamer girl. What if the monotone voice goes viral? Oh, that's true, that's true. How about I do this? I'll do my one for every like robot lady voice video. I'll do one with my own voice, and then we can use it as kind of like an A/B test. See which one performs better. If Winnie could talk, what do you think she'd sound like? Oh, that's a great question. I mean, she doesn't really like talk that much now. That's a great question. I don't know what she would sound like. Because she's really young, like she's 3 or 4, but she also has like the grumpiest face in the world. That's a really good question, because I don't know if she'd have like a really sweet voice. Because she is a sweetie, but only to me. And like my friend Evan, she likes Evan for some reason. Southern accent, but can speak Cantonese. Oh, you know what she might sound like? You know on Adventure Time, there's that, the unicorn. What's the name of the unicorn? I bet her voice would be like that. Like, it's kind of a disconnect from... Yeah, Lady Rainicorn. I feel like she'd have a voice like that, kind of like disconnects from what she looks like. Yeah, she speaks Korean, yeah, right? I think that's what Winnie would sound like. Alright, we need this. Put this over here. Okay, we're getting close. I was like, what am I doing? Dude, this DBZ, this stuff, or this tub is gonna last me like forever. There's so much. Like, this stuff spreads far. I'm trying to think too, like, Haru, my cat, she likes to yell at us. She's like the boss lady of the house. I feel like Haru would probably be more like an old grandma type of voice. Or someone that yells at you, because she yells a lot. Yeah, forbidden marshmallow fluff for sure. It looks so tasty, but it is forbidden. She's super vocal, yeah. She constantly wants to be outside, but she wants to like go between the front and the backyard without having to hop the fence. So she'll just sit and yell at the door. Or she'll like come up to my window when I'm sleeping and start yelling. Cause she's allowed outside because she stays like in our yard. She does. She has a lot to say. And she's the type that she'll like take revenge on you. Oh, hey, pizza with a spoon. Yes, get that workout. How are you doing? We're finishing up the stabilizers, just doing the wires. Then we're gonna build this mess. I started a little later than I wanted to, but I think it's gonna be worth it. My cat likes to zoom me and scream in the living room. Kona! Kona's so cute. I like that Kona likes dogs. Because I feel like my cats... They haven't had really interactions with dogs. So they just like stare at them. Cat zoomies are the best zoomies. That's true, bunny zoomies are super good. I love when bunnies will just be standing there and then they do the like jump kick flip thing and just start running. My Reddit is basically like cats standing up and bunny stuff. And then like they are clumsy. Oh yeah, the Binky. That's what it is. He's been around dogs more. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be curious, like, if we tried to get like a puppy or something, if that would be easier for them. Because then they could like slap the puppy if they needed to. But I think my dad's allergic to dogs. There's actually, we have a stray cat in my backyard. We're trying to catch, and she has 3 kittens, so we're trying to catch her so that we can get her, spayed. But she brought the kittens to, into our yard. So, they come, my mom's been feeding them to like, and like trying to get more closer to them. And she's been like waiting like right outside our back door and like getting really close to my mom, so we're hoping that soon we can capture them. Because we don't want no more kittens. Hey, Static! Static redeemed after school time. Oh yes, hold on. So, you didn't already know, 3D Keeps is running DSS After School, the 40s Ortho Edition. So if you have a 40s or Ortho board that you want to look like this, or perhaps look like this, go to 3dkeeps.com and get the friggin' set. Group buy ends, I think, in like 2 weeks. So you want your board to look this sick? Now is the time. Go to 3dkeeps.com. Check out that artisan. I know the copycat, the recent one I got is Real nice. Does it include that amazing animated Ellie artist? Let me talk to some people. Well, we can see what we can make happen. If there's enough demand for it, then we can make it happen. I think Frumskis might be able to do it. I know Frumskis, he can encapsulate stuff. Oh, see you later, Ben. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I need a DSS 1992 McNugget. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, you're talking about my future. I don't know, have I shown it on stream? I started an artisan sculpt. Because next year is the year of the artisan making. So I want to try making an artisan. And get over my fear of pressure pots. But let me know if you want to see it. I can show you. I was also thinking of like kind of prototyping it first in like polymer clay. Because that would be like easier to just get it done quickly. And maybe like work on sizing. Artisan making is so hard. I tried UV resin, smells too much for me. Yeah, that's the thing, is like you really have to like be careful and like ventilate properly. Get that PPE. Yeah, I think when I do it, I'm gonna set up a whole thing in my garage. Because there's a door like right next to the workbench. But I've seen some people use like a fume hood. And they work inside of that. Along with like wearing a mask and stuff. So that might be good to try. I think it's easier if you like wrap clay on top of a plastic blank keycap and then shape it from there so the stem is down. Yeah, the stems are, and there's quite a few keycap makers that do that. Cause yeah, the stem I feel like is real tricky. Like trying to mold a stem on your own would be difficult. I don't think you're supposed to smell it. Artisans are forbidden candies. Especially some of them, like, this one? How would you know that this isn't a candy? Like, look at that. Like, it looks like you could eat it. Yep, I'm gonna eat that for sure. Right? It looks delicious. Oh yeah, for soldering the switches on, I wanted to try using thick boy solder this time. To see if that would help cut down on soldering time. I also wanted to see how it reacts to my iron at this current temperature. Oh. Now that is how you break crowns, my friend. Oh no. Ooh, myth caps. I remember seeing these dittos. They had some like cheesecake ones, right? That like they looked real good. Remind me to post a pic of my tooth in the Discord, or half tooth. Oh no. Oh, so thick boy solder. So my normal solder is 0.5 millimeters, which is kind of thin, but the thick boy the thick boy solder is 1.5 millimeters. So it's a millimeter wider. Oh, hey, Past, how are you doing? Long time no see. Your friend is here, Winnie. She's sleeping. How are you doing? We're working on finishing up these stabilizers. I up to 0.8 from something smaller. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking something like less than 1 millimeter, but more than 0.5 would be good. Because 0.5 is pretty thin. It's good though, because like if you're doing a lot of like pro micros and stuff, it helps you prevent like feeding in too much solder and then making them like impossible to desolder. I saw your IG story from like last Saturday and thought you were gonna head to the— oh no, yeah, so I totally forgot about to sign up for that one, and by the time I remembered, it was all sold out. I was just kind of joking. So me and Melodica have been meeting up to eat like dinner and lunch and stuff just to hang out. And so we joke that it's like our exclusive meetups because there's nobody else invited. But it's literally just we're hungry. But yeah, this last time I was like, should I bring a keyboard? I'll bring a keyboard. So I consider that like my first meetup. Because there was a keyboard present with friends. Melodica seems like a super amazing person. Oh yeah, she's super cool. Super chill. We randomly started talking from Instagram. And then she joined my Discord. And the rest is history. I went to an exclusive key meetup. Yeah, I remember that, Chu. To book an exclusive Keep Noob meetup, all you have to do is tell me what restaurant to show up at. And if it's close enough, I will be there. And didn't bring a keyboard when we got drinks. I want a refund. Right? I want a refund too. There was no name tags at our meetup, so is it really a meetup if you don't have name tags? Yeah, there's supposed to be like 2 meetups happening like the same weekend, like I think next week. But I don't know if I'll go to them. I'm still kind of sus about like meeting up with a lot of people. Bolsa, oh yeah. Bolsa and the car meetup are happening like the same weekend. So if you're in SoCal, those are a thing. I probably won't go, but if you want an exclusive meetup and you're down here, hit me up. Let me know where to meet you. I know that the car one is like really close to a lot of awesome Chinese restaurants. It's like East LA is like tons of Chinese restaurants. You're in Cali? Yeah, I'm in SoCal. Like LA area, a little further south. I'm kind of like on the border of LA and OC, so why didn't I think you were in Texas? I was debating driving down for the Bolsa one, but I'm too busy. Well, if you did, you know you gotta hit me up. Because if you didn't, I'll be mad at you. Oh, you know what? It's because I hang out with Chewy a lot, like on the internet. But also, I went to go visit Chewy and Davis and them last month, 2 months ago. I stayed at Chewy's house with him and his wife. Yeah, we were just hanging out for the weekend. It was real low key. Like we were just hanging out at their house. Actually, something I wanted to do because my coworker reminded me about it was I was thinking of doing like a escape room, since it's kind of like a, you can bring a couple people, but it's not like a huge group, and you're kind of enclosed with like just your friends. Because my coworker he's like super into escape rooms and stuff. Because when he came down to pick up his keyboard, he went to like 3 escape rooms with his friends. Like they go and do like a bunch at a time. Which I'm like, I feel like my brain would be tired after one. Yeah, but he gave me some recommendations for a couple of them. That didn't seem to be too bad. I went to one called Lab Rat. That one was cool. I don't remember the other one we did, but there was one where like we did something and then like a wall opened and I literally lost my mind. I was like, "What? This is amazing!" Yeah, it was intense. Okay. We got our stabs. Let us get out our PCB. Oh, you know what? I didn't take out those LEDs. Did we do that right now? Oh, you know, I should put my solder mat. So there's 3 LEDs. I'll plug it in to show you. But there's 3 LEDs that like the color is like slightly different from the rest. Like they're still pink, but they're like a cooler color pink, if that makes sense. Here's your PCB. So this is what we worked on Monday. So you can see this LED, this one, and this one are they're like a different color. I guess we should take it out. Also, I realized that I soldered in an extra one I don't need here, so we're gonna have to desolder anyways. Should we try out the Berber gun for the first time? I haven't used it yet. So I passed out before you ended your Monday stream and woke up after you raided someone else. So all this stream today I was thinking, oh, Keep Noob's building another Rekt1800. No, on Monday all I did was I soldered the LEDs on. Cause since it's such a big board, I didn't want to like have to do LEDs and switches all in one night. I love Berber gun, but it needs a lot of maintenance, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I picked one up, just because, like, I feel like I do desolder enough to warrant one, but it's extra work, right? You gotta put into maintaining it. So I've been trying to, like, read and make sure I am, like, changing filters and crap, and... So, here's Berber gun. It goes brr. I remember seeing someone use this, and also this. Also, I saw Switch Doctor use this, but I don't know what it's for. This thingy. I got extras of things. I tried hand pump desolder and my wrist or hand started hurting, so I just went for FR301 immediately. That sounds like me. Okay, so I guess I'll put it like this. Oh, also static. I got the other size nozzle that you recommended. Forget the size again, but should I use that first, or I've set the temp on 1.5. Oh. How do you know what temp it's on? 2, 3, 4. Oh. Right there. So like there, 1.5. I've had to replace the nozzle twice and the filter maybe 10 plus times now. Yeah, I picked up like an extra pack. Oh, it's on the bottom. Oh, okay, here. Okay, I was like, how do you know? 0.5 would be... special. Okay. We're learning things. Ow. This? Okay, so this is how it's lit. That button is on the back. Oh, it's on! Eat it. Okay, I marked out which LEDs I need to desolder. You got the orange banded cleaning rod. This? Then yeah, I go with the 1.3 millimeter nozzle. It seems to fit through whole components best for me. Oh, okay, so that... So this is the 1.3 I got. I only have these cleaning thingies though, as well as this drill bit. Oh, I have to get it separately? Okay, well, I'll maybe mess with that later then. I'll order that. We'll just use the default. It makes a noise. Can you hear it? Is it loud? As loud as my voice. Okay. Well, I'll try to do it quickly. Maybe I need to put this down closer. I lost track of which one it is. Right. Oh man. Oh, what? Oh no! It like reset on my crap. Wait, can you hear? Oh, you can hear me. Let me switch this one. Okay, we're not frozen anymore. I heard a burr and had to come and see it. Go straight on, wait about 1 second for the solder. Okay. Yeah, this one, the leg is a little to the side, so I'm gonna clip it down. Technology, bro. Oh my gosh. Wow! Look at that! Easier if you keep the PCB flat on the table and go top down too. Oh, okay. I had heard different things, like some say to do it from the side, others say go straight down, but dude, did it just like fully take that off? There's still, I clipped the legs a little closer. My tweezers. Wow! Wow! This is magic! What the heck? Why didn't I buy this earlier? Do you ever have to like re-tin the tip of the thing? Or not? Okay, so yeah, I think because the like ends are bent to the side, just like clipping it close first helps. Gosh. This is the age we're living in. Oh my gosh. Wow, you guys. This is amazing. Wow. Dude, all the times I've been freaking struggle busing. Struggle busing. Could have just had this friggin' gun. Ugh. Dang it. Okay, no, it's totally worth the money. Highly endorse this product. Totally worth the money. I don't care anymore. Wow. That's crazy. No longer a pleb. Well, thank you, loyal subscribers, for helping me not be a pleb anymore. Wow, that's crazy. I'm like really impressed. gosh. Dang. This doesn't. It's really efficient. Like, it's really efficient. I thought this was like, if you watched my stream on Monday, you saw the struggle that it was to get these LEDs out. And this literally takes like 2 seconds. I'm so mad. Okay, there's one extra LED I don't need. It's here. Wow, this is gonna make my life so much easier. What the heck? Like, I want to rebuild my discipline. And I was like, man, I gotta desolder all those switches. But I don't gotta desolder by hand anymore. Wow. I will say though, like the upgrade from like the plastic desolder pump to the FR or to the SSO2, like say it's on a scale of 1 to 10 and 1 is like the plastic one, the upgrade to the SSO2 will probably take you to like a 4, maybe a 5. But then this will take you to like 15. Having to use an SSO2 and my 301 was broken was so sad. I don't blame you, because this thing is magic. Do you tin the tip at all, like, after you're done, or you just, like, leave it? Does this heat up? No. Let me put this to the side. And then I will get my soldering fan. Oh, yeah! Oh! You had to desolder a TKL. Rubber duckies! I'm not the smartest person, okay? I'm not like you. I'm not gonna lie, I burned myself so many times putting my hand. No, same. I've had so many like near misses where like the cable has hooked into the space between my desks and like looped my soldering iron around, like whipped it around, and I was like, I almost died. Okay. LEDs. Soldering iron. Great. Because I am a dumbo and forget that it's literally an iron things I do with the college degree, such as soldering iron. Yeah. Same though. I definitely have burnt myself. Honestly though, the burn that I got from it wasn't that bad. It was surprisingly not bad. Considering you got burned by a freaking hot iron. I don't know if that's because it like cauterized itself or something, but I survived. He's so cute. I wish I would have set up her cam today, but she wasn't in here when I set up my stuff. And she likes to bite the tripod. I'm falling asleep on my desk, so I don't want to stay hanging out. I want to crash. Great to catch you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you could make it. Yeah, I'm trying to like have an extra stream per week just because I have a lot of crap to build. So hopefully you'll be able to hang out with us some more. But yeah. Sorry, my like MacBook, my new MacBook my work sent me is like way bigger than my old one. And it gives me a problem. Okay, so let's do LEDs, then we'll do stabilizers, and go from there. Yeah, I also started a little bit later than usual because it took me forever to loop switches. And I had some work stuff I had to do. I meant to loop the switches yesterday, but I was not feeling it, so we didn't. That's how it goes. Okay, let me put these in where they're supposed to go. We'll test that, make sure that the color is the same one first. And then we'll go from there. Cause yeah, I don't know why just a couple of the LEDs are just like a different shade of pink. It's weird. You're just in demand, girl. Not even. No, I just had like a bunch of boards come in all at the same time. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. And oh, we're all matching now. Okay, let me bend these legs. So yeah, if you've never built or soldered LEDs, just remember the longer leg of the two goes through the circular hole. Turn on a fan. Butter. I know, I always forget to. I keep reminding myself because, like, when you do diodes, like through hole diodes, the side with the black or the line goes towards the square pad, but then with LEDs, the long leg goes towards the circular hole. So I get them mixed up. This is anything like putting blocks through shaped holes, I will fail. Yeah, I want to make like something to like put my little like keyboard notes on, whether that be like a keycap ruler or something like that would be fun. But I got a lot of projects I've been working on slowly. Dude, FR301. Just a bunch of sticky notes on the monitors remind you what not to do, right? We'll do a little cleanup on the PCB too. There's some left over. I'm gonna try to use my new bougie Q-tips. Check our LEDs work. And then we can do our stabilizers. There we go. Looks good. Alright. Not a fan. You know what? I'm gonna unplug. Seems the Berber gun has cooled down. I guess I probably should. Hey, what's up, Trav? Looks like it's time for Party Boy to join. Hey, yeah. Welcome to my baby stream. We're working on keyboard today. Just gonna clean the PCB for a little bit. Party Boy is always welcome. Heck yeah. The best look I've had with these kind of matte PCBs, so they don't look gross, is to put like isopropyl, wipey, and then we'll clean up the excess with a napkin or a cloth or something. Because otherwise it looks gross. And I don't like it. It bothers me. That's how extra I am. I feel like on a black PCB it doesn't matter as much because it's black, you can't really see the fluxes prominently, but for white PCBs especially, I like to clean it off. Yeah, looking pretty good. I'm not the only one that uses ISO for cleaning PCBs, because I always wipe down client stuff before packing it, and then once somebody told me it's bad for the PCB, why would it be bad for the PCB? I don't see why it would be bad for a PCB. For like acrylic plates, yeah, but yeah, I don't see why it would be bad for the PCB. Like literally, that's what they tell you to do in the instructional videos of like how to solder. Or like when people are like I like to watch a lot of videos of where they clean like old Xboxes and stuff, and they like fix them, and every time they use ISO, so I don't see why they would say that. Probably just somebody mansplaining. Tell them to shut up. The dad squad's gonna come after them. Okay, we got our stabs. Let me get my screws. Yeah, that's weird they would say that. Like literally I've seen every video they use isopropyl alcohol. The only time I've seen them say like don't use it is when you're dealing with like acrylic plates or acrylic cases, because it can like melt the acrylic over time or something. I have no dexterity. I'm like trying to open this bag. Come on. There we go. Exposed. I have no dexterity. Get a screwdriver. It cleans, it doesn't conduct, and it doesn't corrode a lot of things. Yeah, that's weird, right? I know you have like professional level soldering experience, right, Travis? I feel like it's just mansplainers splaining. I sort of used to I swear you used to work someplace you said you were soldering, but maybe I made that up. But also with keycaps, they told me not to. Keycaps I could see maybe because it's plastic, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. I was a mechanic for like 3 years. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just so clients don't get my fingerprints on stuff. Oh, so you're getting it from like the CSI bits? Oh wait. I've been watching too many murder shows. I was like, ooh, she's wiping her prints so they don't have her fingerprints. And I was like, why would she need to hide her fingerprints? I've been watching too many murder shows. That makes more sense. Cleaning them and sterilizing instead of hiding from the police. So stupid. Yeah, me and Janelle watch a lot of like mystery TV shows. And like when I was in Texas, we would watch Law and Order SVU at Dave's house. So like I've been thinking in those terms. Why is this bit? Is it too small? Okay, that's better. I was like, what is happening? So my keyboard gig doesn't leak that I'm a murder obvi. Well, I mean, you're protecting yourself, right? Like, what if a murder happens, one of your clients is involved in some sort of investigation, and then your fingerprints come up on the keyboard? Like, I've watched so much CSI the last few weeks, and it's embarrassing. Okay, wait, Travis, I saw this somewhere. CSI Las Vegas is doing a contest right now where every day they're releasing a clue on some sort of social media, and you have to like do an investigation. So if you're looking for something fun to do, you should check that out, because it came up in like an ad for me or something on Facebook, and I was like, ugh, I want to do this, but I also need to get work done. The perp always slips up. Right, they leave their fingerprints somewhere in the crime scene. Oh, you know what it was? We were watching the documentary about the Night Stalker, the LA Night Stalker. Oh yeah, you guys do those. Oh, you know what, Travis? I bought this game. This is like the Gabby Petito thing. Oh, maybe. I never heard of that. Yeah, Richard Ramirez. So me and Janelle were watching that documentary, and it was really interesting. But my parents were actually in that area when the Night Stalker was running around. They actually came by my parents' house and asked for my dad's shoes so they could compare against the Night Stalkers, because they lived in that area where the murders were happening. And also my mom said, because she used to work at a jewelry store, and she said that they had to report some creepy dude that came in because he matched the description of the Night Stalker and was like being a real creep. And but he didn't turn out to be the Night Stalker. He was just a thief. Someone on our sneakers identified footprints of someone that smashed a window in like 30 minutes. What? Basically, it's this news case right now of this YouTuber disappearing after going on a trip with her boyfriend. and the internet completely moved faster than police to find out where she could be. That's pretty amazing. And I love CSI crap like that. But yeah, those kind of shows I love watching. It's so interesting. And I find them like weirdly relaxing at night. So I'm like, am I a psychopath? Like, am I a secret murderer? Problem with Reddit is that it's still Reddit, and for every mystery they solve, they still get 30 right. Yeah, that's true. And there's a flood of morally questionable comments. Yeah, Reddit is not the best representation of humanity. Or maybe it is, but not the part of humanity we like. I enjoy what is it called? Like leopards ate my face or something like that. That's one of the subreddits I like. Because I love watching people be hypocrites. 75% of those comments are against women. Yeah, that's true. I also really like, I think it's called Just Neckbeard Things or something. That one is pretty funny. All the milady stuff that people write is intense. Yeah, that one. It's really funny. There's this dude that like makes funny videos, but they're like, he makes like songs, but they're meant to be like parody. But he's actually a really good singer. Our Forbidden Snacks. Ooh, I should check that one out. Most of the stuff I look at is like cats standing up, and there's like a bunnies subreddit. I remember when I first joined Reddit, I didn't know, like, you kind of filter out all the weird crap by like following different subreddits. So at first I saw some weird stuff, but I think my recommendations are like, or my following is now a little more tailored and not as creepy. Ooh, Oddly Satisfying is also a good one. These washers, like, do not want to stay on the screws. Yeah, Reddit is weird. Here we go. What are you guys working on tonight? Herman Cain Award is dedicated to anti-vaxxers who post on how they're anti-vax, they're not going to die, or how it's a hoax, and then they end up dying. Bruh, those people are the worst. It's like, how many countless people were like misinformed because of what they said? Like, I could care less about what happens to them, but it's all the other people they affect. Fixing some apps that broke after a release last night. Oh no! Okay, I'm proud of myself. So I had a ticket to like get rid of a bunch of legacy CSS that's like on almost every page of our checkout process, and I essentially had to restyle the entire checkout. And so I submitted the PR. It went through like the QA process today, and there was only one small thing I had to change, which was like a tiny link that needed styling, but everything else was perfect. which is insane because I had to edit so many files. I was like, they should have broke this task down more, but I'm here already. I'm just gonna do it. And we had great success. Being a product owner is good and bad. No. I'm curious how like your work is structured, because mine is like, we don't really have, like, I personally am not an owner over any particular projects. I just am given tickets and I do them. So I'm curious how your work does things. Spacebar, right? That's it. So yeah, the Brutalist boards, the PCB does support 7U, but the plate does not. So if you're looking to get one of these, just be aware that the plate is opinionated when it comes to the bottom row. But Canon Keys does publish the files on their website, so if you want to get a custom plate made, you can. I'm actually thinking, I was gonna ask my brother's girlfriend if she wants to try like a different plate material and do like a 7U spacebar or something. I'm curious how much those cost though. Because I know like Eternus does polycarb plates. You do FR4, you'd have to go through like JLC PCB or some like PCB manufacturer, right? Because I think Senkutsun does aluminum and like carbon fiber, forged carbon, I don't know which one it's called. I have a forged carbon plate. I need to get my squid back so I can do a rebuild. If Wipe will have to do a small group buy. Oh, okay. Getting a PC plate cut by Eternus. Nice. Yeah, Edie introduced me to that server, and they have a lot of cool projects going on. And I love that there's that kind of service you can just get a plate cut, because it reduces the hassle of dealing with a different company. I think I'm scared to submit orders to like PCB manufacturers. But I'll have to try that. I gotta do it sometime. Palm, you can try Ponoko. Oh. Yeah, I tried. I've seen like some people will do Ponoko for acrylic plates. Alright, we are at switches time. Look at that. Okay, well, we'll put in some switches and test our stabs, but it's a silent build, so I'm not too worried about the stabs, if I'm being honest. Also, I love these plates. The FR4 plates on these boards, like the switches click in like super nice. Brass is too heavy feeling for me. I'd like to try a different plate in my Squid 60. Yeah, I have an aluminum plate to try in my Squid, but it's a Plexus 75 plate and PCB. Oh, you know what? I might need to adjust some of the LEDs based on like... Oh, I just gotta be careful. So I'm really excited about this because these switches are RGB switches. So the top housing is fully clear, and I was noticing while I was lubing them, they're really like reflective. So I'm curious to see how they look with the lighting. I think it's gonna look really cool. Brass is too heavy feeling for me. I like the stiffness in carbon fiber, but it feels light. Yeah, I have a forged carbon plate for the Squid 60 that I got from Davis. So I'm excited to try that. I'm gonna do a couple of rebuilds of my Squid. I'm curious if it's easier for me to... I'm just curious if I'm gonna end up hitting the LED or not. Doesn't seem like I am, but I want to make sure I don't break anything. I mean, I have a million LEDs, so there shouldn't be an issue. I don't know if you can see it, but basically the LED sits under the switch, but it doesn't actually touch the housing. Pretty cool. So I'm excited about that. So interesting. So these particular switches, because I was wondering that too, I actually asked on my Instagram if people put the LEDs first or they do them second, and these particular switches actually don't support the LED going through. There's a clear piece here. There's no holes, you can see. So these ones you have to put the LED on the PCB directly. But yeah, I know some switches, like this part won't be as open, so it would be impossible to fit the LED in there. I noticed too, like these LEDs are like square, and then it's a smaller on the top, so they slide in a little bit easier. Oop. Like they slide into this part of the switch easier. Do influencer hands. Whereas like if you were to do a round LED, there's no way it would fit in there. So I think it just depends on the switch and the LED. But yeah, this one is switch the LED first and then the switch. Which I'm really interested because since the top housing is all translucent as well, I think that's really gonna shine through these ones. Like, really shine through. I'm just curious, like, how to get them in. It seems like it doesn't put pressure, but it feels a little harder to get the bottom part of the switch into the plate fully. But it might be like the LED is like, or like bending, not bending it, but like the LED's like not. Like, I don't know if you can see it on this one. Influencer hand. Like, I think this one, the LED might be bent a little one direction. So I might heat up the pins just to try and align the LED a little better while I push down on the switch. I don't know. We'll find out. Because since they're through hole, there's nothing really preventing them from like bending this way or this way. right? Like we want them to be perfectly straight up and down, but it could tilt this way or tilt that way and hit the switch. Yeah, there are so many things to learn with keyboards. That's why I think I like it. I like learning new things. I feel like that was also part of like my username was I feel like I'm always a noob because I'm constantly learning new things. Like there's always something you're not good at or something you've never seen before. I feel like a noob. A baby all the time. A giant baby. Finally done lubing. I lubed 160 alpacas today. Holy crap. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. That is too many switches. I lubed like... How many did I lube today? Well, I lubed all of these switches, so it was like 110. But I'm proud of you. You did it. Accomplish. Are they for your own board or it's for like a client or somebody? Fat Cat Lubing Station from Dominici. It's so good. Oh, I have to check that out. Switch, come back. How dare you. 2 client boards. Oh, nice. Yeah, I have some switches to lube still for my friend. I'll be building her, well, I have 2 boards to build for her actually, but I'm building a Mysterium for her with ethereal pandas. Grab some keycaps. We're too strong, okay? Sounds fine to me. Oh, I was like, why does the spacebar look gigantic? It's because it's the 7U. I was like, what is happening? I kind of like lubing, to be honest. That's good. I do not like lubing just because it takes forever. Like, the actual process of it is fun. But it just takes too much time for me. Like, I get bored. I want to do something else. So all the springs I've lost in my keyboard are right? I swear I like losing springs under my desk all the freaking time. Springs and stems. They just like to run. Go for a little run away from me. Got really fast at it with the Fat Cat Lubing Station. Oh, interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. I don't know what that looks like. I only do stems for JWKs now. Oh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I started doing, what is it called? Tub lubing stems for linears. And, so far I've been really happy with it. Oh, you know, I forgot the space bar. Duh. Because, I don't typically use linears, so I didn't really, like, try tub lubing before. But, I tried it with the boba gums, and, it came out really good. I didn't have any issues with it. It was really consistent. which is something I was happy about. I personally prefer a lighter lube application. Yeah, that's something I noticed, was that it's very light and it's very even. So, oh, that's a cool station. I like when the loop stations are like higher up off the ground, like the 3D Keeps one. This one is similar in that it has that raised edge. So I like when it's a little bit higher off of the desk. It makes it easier. Okay, stabs are good. I do stabs by hand, bag lubing for springs, and if it's cherry or Gateron, I do the railings. Yeah, I usually do the railings by hand. I never thought about not doing the rails, to be honest. I should think about that. But yeah, I usually bag lube the springs and then I tub lube the stems for linears. Hello, Freezy421. Thank you for the follow, bruh. Thank you for hanging out on my baby stream. Today we're working on a Rekt1800. So just finished checking the stabs. So I'm gonna do some sweet cheese. I heard from a good source that a certain vendor's lube station makes good hats too. It's true. I've heard that as well. They're very balanced. The greatest greeting in my life. Well, welcome to my baby stream. We try to make you feel special, right? If you're here, that means you have to be awesome. Because... wait. I'm concerned about these LEDs, to be honest. I feel like I might have broken one. But gonna be looking. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Kono is probably demanding dinner right now, so make sure to get his food before he starts meowing at you. Yeah, I'm concerned about these LEDs like not being straight up and down. Alright, take a look at this. Because I want to see if I ended up breaking it. What kind of switch is that? So these are 68 gram bubblegum switches, the RGB version. So they look like these. The back, so cute, so pink. These are the Gazoo bubblegums. So they're a silent linear switch. This board is for my brother's girlfriend. She wants one to take to the office, so she opted for silent switches. But this board does have in-switch LEDs, so we went for the RGB variant of these switches, so it'll be nice and shiny. I'm just a little concerned about breaking LEDs, but I think we should be okay. Why is there an LED missing here? Time to solder an LED! How did I just miss one? I have the worst day ever. I broke my USB port. No! What keyboard is it? I know Chu had that happen recently on I think it was her Frog PCB. Building a D60 HHKB with aqua kins. Oh, interesting. I know that PCB is like, it's pretty sturdy considering it has 1,000,000 holes in it. But I'm sad your port fell off. We're the oh, Aqua Kings. Okay, I was like, what is the Aqua King? Did the pads come off when the USB port came off, or the pads are okay? Because it might be salvageable if the pads are still intact. You would just need to do some SMD soldering, most likely. I'm not sure which type of USB port that one is. Okay. Oh, got everybody. So I've definitely soldered on a bunch of USB-C ports, for, like when like discipline builds and stuff. But the SMD ones are a little trickier to do. I try to force it in because it used thick foam and the USB port just came out. Oh no! Oh, okay, that's good. I'm glad that it's fixed. That had to have been nerve-wracking. Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried any of the KBD fans boards yet. But I like the look of, there's this tofu that has, I think it's a polycarb tofu that has like all the RGs and Bs, and I like really like the look of that one. Trying to make sure that my switches are sitting flush with the plate. FR4 can be a little flexible, so just gotta make sure that miss snaps in all the way. At least FR4 is a lot easier to manage than acrylic plates. Holy crap. Acrylic plates are like the bane of my existence. I really like the color of these switches though. I think it's gonna look really pretty. Because my brother's girlfriend, who this board is for, she wants to put Magic Girl on it, so I think it'll look really good. I feel like too, it's not very often I get to solder in LEDs. Like, I don't know if a lot of people like the in-switch ones. I'm planning to get my first Alice keyboard in December, but I think I might get the Vulcan X. Oh, nice! Yeah, I use this Alice, the SM keyboards case. I got the PCB from Project Keyboard. It's just like a regular Alice PCB. I'm excited because Canon Keys is coming out with the Adisu Brutalist board. Forget where they posted the teaser, but that one looks really cool. I kind of miss my arrow keys with using Alice, but I can make it happen. I can make it work. I'm just lazy. I want my arrow keys. Yeah, the next board I build will be a Alice. I got the Design 03 from Arctangent / Kool-Aid Papa. So I have two of them actually I need to build. One is for my friend and then the other one is for me. So The one that I'm building for myself though is gonna be like, I want it to be like really underglow, RGBs, everything. If you want arrow keys, you can always build a nav 10. Oh yeah, the Navi 10 is fun. I got one of those from Keyhive like a while ago. That thing is cute. It's really fun. I love too that the PCB they added like a little diode vendor, because the way that they like designed those resistors, that you have to like bend them to a certain length, so that was really nice of them to do. It made the build experience nice. I just downloaded Static. Did you download it on the Switch or did you download it on the computer? Your phone? Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was a phone version. Yeah, Stardew Valley is really fun. I started that game late too, but I play on PC usually. I haven't started like my own farm. I've only played with like Doodlebob. She has a farm that we started. So, because I feel like that game is really fun, but it's real easy to just like play forever. So we'll see you next year, Static, after you finish Stardew Valley. This FR4 plate though is like so satisfying to click switches into. Also, the way the camera is hitting these RGB switches is really cool. It's like a pattern. I'm back. I just did something. What'd you do? I might put it on the Switch too. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can... Maybe if you can have like different devices with the same farm. Because I know like on PC, Doodlebob would kind of like host the game and then we would connect into her game. My dad is sick and he wants me to carry him to the bathroom. Well, help out your pops. It looks like you can do it with a lot of work. Yeah, I remember when my grandma used to live with us. She's staying at like a home for like old people. There's like maybe 5 old people and then there's like a bunch of nurses that watch them. It's really nice. It's like in our neighborhood. But when she used to live here for a little bit, our bathroom wasn't like the best. Like it's hard to get in and out with the walker, so I would have to like carry my grandma into the bathroom. And the problem is that she like will dead weight on you when when you try to pick her up, she just like falls down. She like doesn't support her weight anymore. And so it made it really difficult. Trying to bend the LED a little bit because it seemed like it was kind of pointing up. It should be straight on. Yeah, I might pull out a couple of these switches because I think some of them, the LED might be interfering from it like getting into the plate fully. Like if they're not straight. But for the most part, they're clicking in real easy. I miss my grandma. I wish I was a kid. I didn't trip it. When I was a kid, I didn't trip it. Yeah. Well, it's fair your dad appreciates your help. Getting closer. I'm excited too for this side of the PCB because I don't usually build boards with a numpad. So you know we're gonna put artisans all on here. Let's move to another topic because this is too deep for me. Yeah. Well, I guess the good question is, how did you kind of get into mechanical keyboards? And also, how did you find my baby stream? I appreciate you being here. I know when I first got into the hobby, most of my information came from RMK on the Reddit subforum or subreddit. And oh yeah, static. I don't even know if I asked you before, how you found like the keyboard hobby. I was addicted to typing and I said to myself, man, this MX Blues are not doing much good for me and my parents, so I want to get a nice keyboard. Oh, okay, nice. So you had like a pre-built with blues and then they were probably like getting mad. It's funny because one of the first boards I built, I put blues into, and my mom thought that she thought the dishwasher was broken, but it was really just me typing on my keyboard. Yeah, I remember I saw I think it was like a BuzzFeed article or something where, you know, like those articles where they like recommend different products, like these are our Amazon picks or whatever for the month. I saw one of those and awesome. But yeah, I saw one of those lists and they recommended this keyboard. It was the Vortex Race 3 and I thought it looked like Legos, and so I like saved it on my Amazon wish list. And one Christmas I got a big Amazon gift card and that's how I got my first keyboard. I found your stream because, to be honest, I just like the look of pink switches. Heck yeah. You know what? Pink switches are cute. Oh, we have a visitor. Hey Bean, come here. You can come here because we haven't slaughtered yet. Come here. We have the real star of the stream. This is my cat Winnie. Come say hi. Here, I'll switch. Wait. Come say hello. Say hi, Freezy. Hope you're doing good. Say what's up. Are you being good girl or are you gonna try to bite my cables? She's like, bite the cables. Huh, you wanna bite the cables? Yeah, Winnie, she's my baby. Oi. Back on the bed. Here. She's a professional potato. And the real star of my Twitch stream. She's a baby. Yeah, she sometimes will sleep on the bed during my stream. So every once in a while I'll set up I have a secondary webcam called the Winnie Cam. So we'll have her on the stream sometimes. Sometimes too she likes to walk around on my desk. My parents' cat don't like me at all when I don't give him food. He slap my foot. He's just trying to remind you. He's like, hey, hey. It's time for my meal. Cats are good about that. They remember times. Feeding times. Board is so big. It's rare that I build full-size keyboards. I'm just checking to make sure the switches are all the way in the plate. If they're not, some of them it might be the LED pushing it up. There we go. I like to check like which switches need a little more attention by looking at the profile of them like in a line. But that's just me. Alright, it is time to solder, finally. Okay, we're gonna try using... I have two solder reels. So this is my normal size solder, is this one. Like 0.5 millimeters. I like it. It's good for like small things, but this is the other one I bought for when me and Didi were racing. This is what I call a thick boy solder. So it's like a millimeter larger and it's thick. So I wanted to see if it makes the soldering process a little easier. We'll see what happens. The thing I'm regretting teaching my dog is opening doors. When I do not lock the front door, he would go to the road and oh no, doggy, how could you? Yeah, my cats don't know how to open like the front door, but they definitely know how to open like doors in the house. I feel like thick boy solder, it takes it a little bit longer to heat up, but you literally just have to touch it a little bit and it goes right on. Also, I made a rash purchase today. I bought another keyboard from DD. He was selling a garbage truck. Oh, okay, we'll see you when you're back, Freezy. Feel free to just lurk too. Liberation! How are you doing? I feel like it's been a minute. I was just thinking about you the other day. Because some of my components I ordered for those disciplines you gave me, they finally are shipping, so. How is the liberated life? What have you been up to? I feel like I take breaks from Twitch, at least from watching streams sometimes, so I don't blame you taking a break. And sometimes too, my schedule just doesn't work out, so I can make those streams I like. Like, I used to watch Epsy's streams all the time, but I've been actually going to bed at a decent hour. So I don't watch his streams as much anymore. My oldest started her first year of school. Oh, how cute! How is she enjoying it? I know this year's school year has been a little bit hectic, but hopefully she's liking it. Taking a bit of a break from Cube stuff, I bought a second to draw and I've just felt really satisfied with the experience. Oh, that's awesome! Have you reached your end game? Yeah, I feel like stuff that I ordered a while ago is finally like getting delivered. But I definitely am trying to like slow down on like artisan purchasing because I actually tracked how much I bought in artisans last month. And it was too much. Hey, pizza with a spoon! I dissociated while working out. Oh, I'm so sorry. Build is going good. So I'm just soldering. It took me a minute to like, we had to fix a couple LEDs and then took me a minute to get all the switches in the plate because it's such a big board. But I'm trying out thick boy solder today. Yeah, this solder is a millimeter bigger than my normal solder, so it makes like feeding it into the switch like super fast. Like you literally just touch it and it's like full. Yeah, just slowly, steadily, just soldering all the switches on. Also, I have a surprise for the typing tests. I made something, and I'm really proud of it. I didn't finish setting it up, but at least we can test it out. This will be the first time to test it. But yeah, I want to make like a scene specific to typing tests, so I can like have the little window and it'll like look nice and stuff. But I kind of ran out of time today. I normally use 0.8 millimeter. Oh, okay. Yeah, my normal one is 0.5 millimeter. And this one is 1.5 millimeter. So it's real thick. I use 0.8 millimeter. I don't know. I don't do math. Also, is the measurement the diameter of the solder, or is it the... It'd be diameter, right? Radius is half, diameter is the whole thing, and then circumference is around it. I know math. Oh hey Ozzy, how you doing? The Influencer King is here. Everyone, make sure to go follow the Influencer King, Ozzy Obsessions. How's the influencer live? Ozzy, I need to like consult you. I need to get your advice sometime about lighting my desk without blowing out my face. I'll have to message you. I was just thinking about it. Oh, hey, Snug! What's up? Snug! Thank you for subscribing. 2 months in a row? What the heck? Also, welcome back, Freezy. How are you doing, Snug? Can we just talk real fast about Snug's artisan game? If you don't know, it's Snug. He does 808 keys, and his artisans are on fleek, and I'm like upset. You can see I have a couple of them. Here we got, so the TT sculpts, which is this one, and this one are the ones he made. Oh, and this one. Look at this. White on this side. Look at this. Look at the other side. It has a message. It's hi dad. It's so cute. Hey Dee! What's up, Dee? Thank you for subscribing to my baby stream. Bruh, Dee, thank you. And also thank you for influencing me so I could buy your keyboard. Yeah, check out his Instagrams. There's not only do you get a keycap, you get friggin' candies with your order. Oh, on the garbage truck board? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead of time. I just was like, ew, it's so cute. And I think it would be a good board for my friend, so I want to mess with it. If I don't like it, she might pick it up. I feel like I have a lot of keycap sets like that have yet to be delivered. I'm waiting on. But we'll see what gets delivered. Show love to me, I might give you one. Maybe we'll have to do a giveaway. I'll see what keycaps I have. But I like all of yours tonight. I'd only giving them away. I usually give away artisans that I feel like meh about. Oh yeah, Liberation, I picked up Didi's garbage truck that he was selling on Discord today, and I was feeling impulsive. It looks like a really cool board, and I'm trying to like branch out and try more 40s layouts. Oh, Snug, you're so cute. But yeah, I'm trying to branch out and like try to use more 40s layouts and learn more about how to use layers. And I feel like smaller boards like that will force me to try and figure out like optimal key maps. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. I just want to try it. Something new, something different. What are you talking about, Smug? Your crap is so cute. I wonder if I had an 808 an 8008 Artisan before. I'll have to look through my collection. Maybe I can send it to you. Yeah, I feel like color matching would be difficult to do. People with the spoon, I gave up using a 40 for work. Yeah, see, that's the part that I'm curious about, because I use a lot of like brackets, keys, and stuff for work. We got a bent pin, people. I'm curious if I can figure it out or not. Look at that bent pin. How dare you? One big lesson I learned is that you need to put a 10 key down somewhere. Oh, like the number pad? Because I figured out how to do like layered numero. I can do numero pretty easily now. I still am having a hard time adjusting to arrows on 40s. But we're trying. But yeah, if you didn't already know, the stream is a all layouts are welcome stream. I will not shame you for your keyboard layout. This is a safe space for you 40s people. I'm like, I own a Wazowski, like, I have to be open-minded. We should make like a sticker or something. You know how like at school they'll be like the teachers will have like safe space stickers they put on their windows? Could be like the little thing you put in the corner of your stream. Like layout safe space. Where's Gently Bean? I will commission Gently Bean. Let me message her. I send her like ideas in like just phrases sometimes, and she's like, "What?" I wanna actually make like some kind of sticker for the subscribers. So like once you hit like 6 months or whatever, then I'll send you some stickers. But I need to come up with some designs. So let me know if you have any requests. Hello, ant friend. Yeah. So there is like a ton of ants have been running around my house. And so we've been putting out traps for them because they're just too many. I don't know where they're coming from or why, but I honestly don't mind ants that much. As long as they don't get in my food, then they can live, and I don't care. Because they're doing their job, right? Like, if you, like, murder ants for doing their job, are you, like, a Karen? You'll be reported to the queen. I have an idea for the sticker. Just do a cat wearing a 90s outfit dancing. That would be cute. I'd be down with that. Winnie with like her outfit, just living her best life. Yeah, the ants are judging my soldering job. They're like too much flux. Getting closer. Getting closer. Missing streaming already? Aww. Well, you're more than welcome to come hang out on my stream. On like a Discord call or something. I know that like when I left for a little bit, not streaming was like really weird for my schedule. Like once I got back to my streaming schedule, it felt like my week was like made more sense. It was really weird. Because I think because I'm like working from home, my stream schedule is really the only structure I have in terms of like my weekly schedule. So interesting. Event. Here. So I feel that I think that's what I miss the most, like having other things to think on. Yeah, that's true. And then like planning the builds and like what you're gonna do. Or just general like content creation. Which to me always sounds weird, but like a creative outlet, you know. Even though my TikToks are cringy, I feel accomplished when I make them. Thinking about ordering maybe another soldering tip. I feel like this one, I mean, it's not really breaking down, but this feels like it's getting lighter. There's so many switches. I'm not used to this. Double checking for bent pin. I feel like sometimes I can only tell like if the switch is there by like if I feel for the pins with my hand. 40s would mean way less switches, exactly. I just realized I can play Stardew on my phone with my PS4 controller? What? Does it connect like via Bluetooth? How do you do that? That's super cool. Oh wow, Bluetooth, wow. That's really convenient. Let me know if you want company and voice chats. Yes, I do. Come to my voice chats. I'm in stream queens. Yes, I can. Let me make sure. There we go. Yeah, you should be able to hear you now.
Sweet. I was like, no one's in Stream Queens. Am I? I'm very tired today. I'm like borderline delusional, so I just stared at Discord for a couple minutes trying to figure out what was going on.
Oh, like who is like hanging out or like...
Well, no, because nobody was in there, and I just assumed you were always in there when you're streaming.
Yeah, usually I'm in there when I'm streaming, but I forgot today.
Gotcha. I am desoldering my Caravan 2 FE because I sold it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did you sell
Yeah,
that other board here? Like,
I
it's like
did.
a
The
bunch of
4K
numbers.
700 is also sold.
Oh, nice.
Although I feel bad. I realized after I sold it that I somehow lost the hardware pack for it. So like the screws, the bump-ons, the gasket, all missing.
Oh no.
Um, Thankfully Evan said he has the gasket and the cork. So I'm
Mhm.
probably just going to like go on Amazon and get the screws delivered to the guy's house.
Nice.
I mean, if it works, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Didi went on like a fire sale today with his keyboards.
I did. I just finished like my first pass at organizing. Like, there's still a lot of shit I can do, but today was my first, or this past week was my first pass at like making my office actually like habitable. It looks a lot nicer now. But then I looked at
Nice.
some boards and I was like, I'm not going to use these. I shouldn't keep them, so they're gone.
Bison's asking if you have any boards left.
I do not at the moment. There's probably going to be some. So like I have a bunch of like more budget boards that are just in like bubble wrap. I haven't even unwrapped them. I just put
Oh
them
yeah.
all in a bin in the bubble wrap. So like as I start taking those out, I'm like, oh, this is a thing, right? I'm sure there's going to be a few where I'm like, this will be fun to build, and then I probably won't keep it. I'll probably just sell it after building.
Yeah.
Like I have a Revyoung 39 that I've been holding on to for like a year and a half. I have, oh my gosh, what is No Pun's Railroad? I have a Railroad proto from No Pun
Oh,
that I've
nice.
been meaning to build forever. And part of the reason I never did was because it requires so many kits and so many keys that I really had to wait for Cam Wraith. I'm pretty sure Cam Wraith is the only set I own that fits on it.
Oh yeah. I have Camry too. I picked it up on Mech Market from somebody.
That was one of my most longest anticipated sets. The interest check for that set went live in like 2018.
Oh
I
really?
was immediately like, hell yeah. And then it didn't go live till like 2020.
Yeah, I remember when the group I was on Novel Keys. So, but yeah, I think that was like probably right when I became aware of like group buys.
Yeah. It's always super weird, like when you first are trying to figure out the hobby and the community and you're like, what is this? What the hell does any of this mean? I don't understand. I have to figure out like what kits to buy from all of this.
Yeah. I know, like, well, I didn't realize that there were group buys running outside of drop. Like, I
That's
thought that
funny.
was like only a drop thing.
That's really funny. My first group buy was on drop. My first group buy was GMK Laser Round 1,
Oh,
which was
nice.
funny for the time because it was one of the first group buys that had like a ton of options. That was
Mhm.
actually more of a drop thing at first where like you would have like 10, 15 kits to choose from. It was very overwhelming. So I imagine Cam Wraith would also be very overwhelming for a
Yeah.
noob.
Yeah, my first group buy was DSA Astrolo keys.
Oh,
And that
nice.
and that was when they were still doing like you get a price cut when they hit certain MLQs.
Back in the good old days.
Yeah. Because I was like, why did I get a refund? And then they were like, oh, we hit like a certain number. I was like, lit.
Static says there's going to be nothing left for the wheel of building now. No, that's not true. There's still plenty of stuff left to build. Sadly, I have that many boards lying around. There is still plenty of stuff to build. And to be fair, of the 3 boards I sold, one of them was already built. So I really only needed 2 things that I hadn't built yet.
Yeah.
I found out that my Van SP Mini, Prime KB Prime E, and Bakaneko are all the boards I have been using out of the 20-ish I own, but I can't bring myself to sell anything else. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I entirely get that. That was part of me letting go today, being like, I think these boards are super cool, but I don't think even if I build them, I'm not really going to use them.
Snug asks, what was your first mechanical keyboard?
My first my first literal mechanical keyboard was a Razer Huntsman Elite 2013. But the reason I got into this hobby was because my roommate's cat, her name is Lola. She bit straight through my cable because she was upset. I don't remember why. Probably she was hungry. I don't know. And so I was like, I am never again going to own a keyboard that doesn't have a hot swappable USB cable. I was like, all right, let's find the keyboards where you can just like change out the USB cable. And so then my first like community-ish mechanical keyboard was a GK64 because I was a noob and KBD fans was like some of the biggest game in town at the time. I was like, oh my gosh, it's a 60% with arrows, which was the MacBook keyboard. So that made sense to me.
Yeah.
And it was hot swap and it looked decent. And then I got it and immediately hated it. And it was down the rabbit hole from there.
When I found KBD fans, I was like, oh my gosh, they have everything. I was like, this is amazing.
For real though, they were like the first one-stop shop.
Yeah.
Like, we've talked about how it's cool that vendors like Novel Keys and Canon Keys have gotten to that point, but it's like, that's the point KBD fans was at in like 2017. You could buy your switches, your stabilizers, your keycaps, your board. And granted, like the boards today are nicer, the caps are nicer, the switches are nicer, but
yeah, it was like
it's crazy.
Insane. I was like, wait, there's stabilizers? What's that? What are these things?
I remember my GK64, it let you like just choose the switch type you wanted to ship with it. And there were a ton of options. I remember being just absolutely overwhelmed. And I was like, I don't know what any of these are. I don't know. I'm just going to choose one at random. And I chose Cherry Reds, and I regretted that choice. I really, really hated those switches.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Also, hello, Danny. Glad to hear your thing went well today. How you doing?
Hey, Danny Pop.
It's the boo. That's right. Me, Key Boo. Static says you're gonna love Garbage Truck. I think it's more usable version of the board you traded me a while back. Yeah, so I traded Static a Liminal, and I didn't really use that board very often, but it was really freaking cute.
Liminal. I'm trying to remember. Did Liminal have full punctuation?
I can't remember. I just remember it used the regular like full mods, I think, or something.
Okay, so yeah. Well, then I don't know about more useful because this loses some punctuation keys. But I think the punctuation it does have is like the perfect amount.
Yeah. I'm excited. I just want to try something different.
Yeah, and that's kind of the 40s experience is like try all the things, and then once you know what you like, you can be a prick about it to everyone else and talk about how superior you are.
Perfect.
Static says no, Liminal does not have full punctuation.
Oh, okay. I just remember there was some weird like keys that I didn't have, and then Lang sent me like a full keycap set. And I was like, whoa. So the keys.
Did you miss a few keys, or are they having?
No,
issues?
I think yeah, I think those are the ones that are the ISO support and split backspace.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it won't show up here, but because I have a stabilizer
you
here,
can hit.
here, and here.
Oh, you did hit test matrix.
Yeah, it's weird that their default layout is.
If you go to configure, you should be able to change that.
And do what is it? Layouts.
Yeah.
Design.
Wait, why is it not there? Design? No.
That's not right. I guess they. Oh, interesting. So, I think what they did is they're just like exposing all of the keys rather than giving layout options. I mean, it works, but it's a weird user experience.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of regressive.
Yeah.
I don't know, if it was like a small first-time designer, I'd be like, I can get why you would do this just because it can be confusing, but like
it's a little odd for Canon keys to be doing that.
Yeah, agreed.
Tell him to get their act together.
I am not going to do that. You can do that.
Okay. Fight me. No, just kidding. Upas, I love you. Don't cancel me. I will show for you. Alright.
I was very confused when I loaded up the Rekt and V and there was no layout option to adjust. Yeah, that is so weird.
Yeah, it's really strange. It's a very, like, simple... I mean, it's not difficult to add. So I'm just curious why they didn't.
You know what it might have been? It might have been that people were confused trying to, like configure, and they got tired of people asking, so they're like, let's just do a... That sounds the most, like, big vendor problem reason to me.
People get real, like, weird about QMK, and, like...
Oh, yeah.
Especially, like, the hardcore QMK people versus the VIA users versus VL people.
Well, it's just really funny because, like, at the time that I entered the hobby, you had no other choice. You learned QMK at least well enough to write out a key map. Otherwise, you just used the default and you were happy with it. And I know this sounds really, like, cranky boomer, but it is crazy how much, like, VIA has made that less of the case.
Yeah. Yeah, as much as I, like, am, like, sus of VIA, it's definitely become, like, a huge asset to the community. But then it's not really for the community.
Yeah, but we knew it was temporary. We knew that something else would come along, and it did.
I think that's the thing, though, is, like, the public perception, like, non-programmers or people who don't really dive into QMK have no idea, like, the actual purpose of VIA and, like...
No, for sure
kind of the limitations that we're seeing based... like for time and stuff.
I think it's one of the funky things about being in a hobby. Ooh, that looks nice.
You're cute, right?
Very cute.
Cute.
Did I see LEDs lighting up in that?
Yeah, so we put in switch LEDs.
Nice.
And then these are RGB switches. Yeah, this is for my brother's girlfriend. This is gonna be her, not her first mechanical keyboard, but her first like one with a case.
That is a dope gift.
Oh, she's buying it. I'm not giving it to her.
Oh, I was like, damn.
She's my,
well, that's a dope board.
What do you call it? My client.
Your client.
Get rid of
Did she pay you? Because if she didn't, she's not a client.
Oh, that's true. Well, I'm volunteering my time, but she's paying for all the parts.
There we go. Your patron.
Yeah.
No, patrons pay too.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
Does it?
I am her sponsor, maybe? In this case, because I'm volunteering my time. How would you describe that relationship?
You are her volunteer? Yeah.
I'm a service provider.
There you go.
That makes me sound like an ISP.
It does. If your stream ever gets like huge, I'm sorry, when it gets huge, I won't call you the ISP, like the big bad ISP.
Okay, sounds good. Cancel me, please. No, you know who's gonna get big? Switch Dr. AU, baby. She is going to be partner. And then I told her that she has to remember us little people. And the baby streams. And then she has, because partners can make teams of streamers. So I told her she has to make team baby stream and has to add the OGs.
I did not know there was a like team thing.
Yeah, I noticed it the other day and I was like, this is weird. Snug, we are huge. I mean, I am huge, but not on Twitch. Oh, it's funny because since I've been meeting with like more keyboard people in real life, the general reaction I get is, "You're so tall." Because if you don't know, my dad is Samoan, so, and he's like 6'3", I think. So your girl is tall.
that why there was the conspiracy of your legs not existing for so long?
Yeah. Yeah. Snug nose, poly blood, baby.
I keep trying to pull out these desoldered switches and the tops keep coming off, just ripping off the bottoms inside the board.
Oh no. Yeah, my body was designed to last over long sea voyages and to harvest gala from the Loi.
And how much of that have you been doing this past year and a half?
No sea voyages right now, but hopefully in the future. I was meant to go back to Hawaii like last year for my birthday, but friggin'
Obviously
panini.
that didn't happen.
Friggin' panini. So much harvesting in Stardew Valley though. Oh, seriously. Stardew Valley and building my island and fighting capitalism in Animal Crossing.
Is it possible to fight capitalism in Animal Crossing? I'm pretty sure Animal Crossing
I think
is just
you're
like
just
cutesy capitalism, the game.
You're a victim of capitalism.
You're a victim of Tom Nook.
Yeah, I was surprised when we summoned Travis with the words fighting capitalism.
Wow. You know, I once joked
It's
that
like
Travis,
Beetlejuice.
like the Kool-Aid man. No, like the Kool-Aid man just like burst through the wall. Like, did someone say capitalism? And yeah, that's a really emblematic moment of that in action.
Amazing.
That's beautiful.
He's like Beetlejuice. Oh, that's too funny.
It's funny though, because like everyone collectively binged and burned out on Animal Crossing at like the exact same time.
Oh yeah. Honestly, Animal Crossing saved lives.
Honestly, probably.
Literally.
There were days when I was too depressed to work, so I would just play Animal Crossing, and my friends and I would like build spreadsheets so we could share fossils and art and shit.
Same. I still have a Facebook group that's called Animal Crossing Friends.
Amazing.
Oh, I dropped the screw. My mom texted me. Are you soldering? Yes. Why does she want to know?
It looks like you missed a shill from
oh no
static.
This is perfect. Okay. Wait, how could I get your face on my show? It's okay.
I'm not set up for a face cam right now, so don't.
Yeah, I was like, he's probably not ready for this.
You know.
You know it would look amazing on this keyboard?
What? Tell me.
This purple color, all I'm saying is friggin' cute. You know what else is cute? DSS After School 1992, baby.
Yo, tell me more.
So, this keycap set, originally designed by the bougiest of bougies, Norbauer. Bespoke. We're getting hacked! No! In the middle of my shell, no! Okay, we're good. Designed by Norbauer. Reimagined for the 40s ortho layout by the tremendous, fantastic Klein.
I like to refer to it as adapted for the small screen.
Ooh, adapted for small screen. That's cute.
Right?
Currently, group buy is up on 3dcubes.com.
We are halfway through group buy, and we are literally, I think, 4 kits away from MOQ.
Oh,
we are at like 96 kits sold.
You heard it, 96. So only 4 more. I mean, it's still gonna get made.
Oh, it's 100% going to get made.
Even though it hasn't hit the like official MOQ, just because extras. But if you have a baby keyboard, you want it to look friggin' cute, this is the set for you. $99, that's the other part. So 40s people, ortho people, this is your moment.
Let's go. Also, if you a bigger board, you could get it and use the mini bars if you want, but that seems like a not great use of money, so maybe don't do that. Maybe trade someone who bought it.
Where did I put my text? Did I drop it?
I am hyped to put my 1992 on Dimple Plus. Yes, that will look so good.
I have a couple boards I can put it on now.
Adapted for the small screen was my nickname in high school, says Trav.
Yeah, also to all of my wonderful loyal followers and subscribers, if you have something you need shilled, you holla at me.
Keep Noob is the best shill.
Holla in my DMs. Also, I personally do not benefit from shilling this. I just enjoy doing it because it's funny and I love my friends. So, just to
Wait,
be
I
clear,
don't have to pay you? That's fantastic news.
you can pay me in friendship tax.
Deal. Done.
Stickers works.
Shit. Oh, I meant to put stickers in your packet. Okay, I'm gonna try to slip them inside under the tape.
Somebody did that to me recently, and I like almost lost that stuff because I couldn't. Or no, you know who it was? It was Aaron. Aaron put in a packing slip, but he slid it in at the last minute.
Oh.
So, and I didn't see it in the box, like a return label.
Right.
And I was like, where the heck is this return label?
I've run out of packing tape, but I keep forgetting to get new packing tape, so everyone's packages are getting wrapped in duct tape right now, so I apologize in advance.
Yeah. The struggle tape.
Will it fit on the Vega with split space? Not by itself. You would need the full kit that Norbauer sells, and then you'd need the mini bars from me.
Yeah, the full kit is
that's
in
if you wanted to do
stock,
the split
too.
space. But otherwise, you do have to get the set from Norbauer. It is a little bit pricey on his website for the full kit, unfortunately.
Yeah. I was blessed to find it on Mech Market. But it is in stock on his website. So
it is. The Contra, it would look very good on. We have very good ortho kitting on the sets.
I'll be putting After School on this board, so
I used to be the kind of person where, like, every time I bought a board or a keycap set, I'd strategize a whole build, and I think I'm past that. I'm just like, what do I have on hand? What am I building right now? What's gonna work?
No, literally, that's me. I was like, oh, After School just came in. Perfect.
Oh, Danny Pop redeemed After School time.
Ooh. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to... The only thing I don't like about these boards is the screws on like the side furthest away from you. Because the board is so thick, the holes like to get down to the screws are really long. And so they're too long to fit like a bit from like my screwdriver. So you have to use the hex wrench that it comes with. Unless you have like another one. And it's a pain in my butt.
So I use what set is this? This is my Nanch set. It comes with really long bits that will fit in any of those holes. It is really handy for stuff like that.
I should check that
out.
I
can use the Nanch bits with my WoW stick. So like I can it's a huge upgrade from using like one of the little handheld bits.
I have the like iFixit kit. It has this thing, but it's too wide to fit in the hole.
Yeah.
I don't use it. But we did it. Okay, shill time. Where's my Trapper Keeper? Y'all thought I didn't have more tricks up my sleeve. Do you have a 40s board that's a little baby? Or an ortho board that is also a baby and isn't looking cute right now? You should consider DSS After School. Because it's only $99. It's only $99 for the kit. specifically designed for 40s ortho this time. TKLs, full sizes, they had their moment. Now is the time of 40s and ortho linears. So make sure to check it out, 3dkeeps.com. And yeah, just do it. It's gonna get made. MOQ is basically been hit already. I picked up a set of it, so you know, if I did it, then all the cool kids have to do it. Also, can we appreciate that I remembered this S when I was drawing this?
I love it. It's so appropriate, and I that whole sheet is so good.
It came out cute. I was like, I didn't want it to look too nice. You know what I mean? Because when you're like a kid,
it's got to look authentic.
Yeah, when you're a kid and you're doodling, your crap don't look nice. It matches my streamline. Yeah, it does. I always love this style. So it's called like Memphis design, like the squiggles and triangles and stuff. Graphics design is your passion. Heck yeah. This is my Trapper Keeper. I got this at Walmart, $10. Do it. Oh, I sent you one too.
Yeah, you did. I actually have it. It's actually for some reason sitting in my kitchen right now.
I forgot about that.
Okay, I don't know if anyone is like good with artisans here. I don't trade artisans often, but
Artisans?
I might. Yeah, I might be about to trade a Shiru cap for a lat, and I'm trying to decide if that needs like PayPal on top of it. Like, I think the Shirus go for a lot, right?
Yeah, Shiro are super like in demand.
So I feel like I should probably ask for PayPal as well.
So they're giving
so they
you
have
a
the
Shiro?
lat. I have the Shiro.
Oh, okay. Which lat is it? Because that makes a difference.
It's the aesthetic escape.
Oh, okay.
You know what? No, I'm not going to do it because I think I have another one lined up, and I would rather buy than trade. I like my Shiro cap. It's cute.
I would say keep the Shiro if you can.
Yeah.
I have two.
2 Shiro caps?
Yeah.
Same. I've got the Starry Night one and the aesthetic one.
This freaking over. It's going to be
as much as I've enjoyed doing after school, I'm really excited to get back to like a set that's my own, which is ironic because I do have another set of someone else's that I'm running in the near future, but that's okay. I'm not going to let it like delay my other plans. I'm very excited.
I need to use my vision better. Hey, what's up, important researchers? Welcome to my baby stream. How's the researcher Ryan and researcher Corey? What you guys been doing? Wait, is tonight real estate research? Did you guys find any weird houses? We're finishing up a keyboard build tonight. Thank you for rating, by the way. If you guys don't already follow Important Research, they're literally one of my favorite Twitch channels, and they don't get enough love. I feel like they don't get enough love. They should be like Teha level at this point because they're amazing. Oh, show you the Trapper Keeper, sure. So this is I think I mentioned it on your guys' stream. Walmart and Mead are doing a re-release of Trapper Keepers, like a couple of them. So this is what it looks like.
That was one of the things that shook me when the Trapper Keeper arrived. I was like, they still make these?
I know, right? It's crazy. Well, I saw there was like an article or something that said that they were on sale again. And I was like, what? So it has the little like thing in here where you can put your stuff. And then it comes with 2 folders. Very useful information. Obviously, times tables. Actually, the ruler is lit, I'm not gonna lie. And then, let me zoom out a little. This was my drawing. So tonight we were shilling, there's a keycap set called DSS After School. That's on sale right now on 3D Keeps. And I drew this picture to help commemorate it and shill it because it's what I do on my stream. But yeah, it comes with 2 folders. But mine was the blue and a black one. And then the back, you get the little clippy. Look at that. Functional. Time stable so you can cheat on your elementary tests. Yeah, so it's really cool. I think they're $9.95 on Walmart.com. There was, I think, 4 colorways released. I know one of them has sold out already, but when I saw this, I was like, I don't need this, but I'm gonna get this. It's so cool. I can put my notes in here. I feel like my parents never got me a Trapper Keeper, or it might have been slightly before my time. I do remember them being around though. Like, I remember my cousin had a cool one. So that's the Trapper Keeper. But yeah, I'm struggling right now to put these little O-ring things on the keyboard. I know my dad, he recently bought, like, what's the other brand? The one that has, like, the zipper close one? He recently bought one of those, like, not for nostalgia, like, to put his stuff in. And I was like, where did you find this?
Oh my god, I looked at my monitor and I saw an ant on your desk mat, and
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was on my monitor, and I tried to, like, lick it off my monitor.
I'm trying to trick people. Last week was a hair on my soldering mat for rubber duckies.
It's like those awful Discord emotes that
Yeah.
like have a spider or a mosquito on the side.
I hate those. If you use those, you're a monster. I said it.
I agree.
It is a real ant. There's ants that have been running around my house. We've been trying to get rid of them, but also I don't mind ants because they don't, as long as they don't touch me, we're good. If they don't touch me or my food, then we're fine. But yeah, certain times of the year we get like a ton of ants. And then they disappear again. So I don't know what's up with that. My cat's not doing his job. My cat's like, I don't feel like they look at the ants too much, or they just stare at it and walk away. That was way easier than the last time.
What switches did you put in this board?
These are bubblegums.
Nice.
Yeah, she wanted a silent build, so it's funny because the builds for my friends, they mostly are requesting silent switches.
That makes me so sad. Boards are so pretty to hear.
That's what I said too, but but yeah, I'll be building. Well, I'm building another board that's silent for myself for work. But then I should have one with U4 Thox, so we're gonna kind of like cancel out the silence energy
with loud energy
with U4 Thox.
Yeah.
I have a ton of the all black U4 Thox that I've been hoarding.
I think I have some of those. I literally have a giant bin that is now just filled to the brim with switches. And actually I was because I'm like, I don't have the time to lube, and I'm pretty happy to like pay for that. Lamb has been doing some lubing services, so I was like, hey, if you're still doing those, I have a ton of switches. And I was like, well, here's a picture of the 1,000 switches I have right now. And I was like, oh, that's a lot. And then after I finished my bucket, I realized I'm pretty sure I have like 1,500 switches that need lubing.
Oh no. Yeah, I do have like a hoarding of switches that are unlubed, but I haven't really like organized it. Oh, hey Sandy, how are you doing? So the person you're hearing is my good friend DDDD Klein.
What's up?
So be sure to follow his stream. So much better than my stream and informational. I
Yeah,
learned a
except I
ton.
don't stream often enough.
But
I'm
when
always
you
like,
do,
I'm
it's
back,
quality.
and then I'm down for like 2 to 3 weeks at least.
When you do
One day.
stream, it's quality. Also, the newsletters you're doing in your Discord are super cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they're super time intensive, but I'm really, really enjoying doing group by interest check as like a written out format.
Yeah.
It just makes it easier to like think about and do a little bit of research. Like the live element's really cool for a lot of reasons, but I don't know. I might persist this in some way.
I think being able to like catch other people's opinions. I think your newsletter thing is a good way to use. It's like the perfect way to use Discord threads.
Right?
Because Discord threads, I hate them because they confuse me.
Discord threads, when they first announced them, I was like, that's stupid because it just makes channels messier.
Yeah.
But in channels where people are already like slow moded or doing a gallery, it makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah. That's why I really was like, oh, this is the way that they should be used.
Yeah.
Or like gallery type of channels. You know, like you don't want a bunch of comments.
Exactly.
Like, so.
Good night, Danny.
Oh yeah, have a good night, Danny. Thanks for hanging out with us. I was surprised you were awake.
What time is it there right now?
Like 12:30, I think.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Oh my god,
are they like on
my
Easter
days
time?
are so fucked up. I was like, well, I mean, it's Friday night. No, it's not close to Friday night.
I'm telling you, Thursday is the new Friday, but it's not even Thursday. It's Wednesday.
It's Thursday on the East Coast. Does that count?
I think it counts.
Cool. That's actually low-key, like very true, especially since I'm flying to Texas tomorrow, and like
you know, see your family.
I'm not taking off work, but like let's be real, I'm not going to spend Friday like being super hard at work.
Yeah. My company, like Fridays, nobody gets anything done. Look how pretty!
Oh, that's beautiful.
Gosh, it's so cute.
Do you know what caps are going on it?
She wants to put Magic Girl on this board.
Nice.
I'm trying to convince her to do Dark Magic Girl. I think Dark Magic Girl will be lit.
I agree with like the color of the board. I think that looked really good.
Do you think I should put the polyfill in here? It does come with like some polyfill.
I would go ahead and do it. Because if they want is silence, then that just helps, right?
Yeah. I was gonna order like like a foam piece, but we'll see how she likes the polyfill. If anything, she could just replace it.
Yeah, exactly. It's really easy to take out and put in, and it's kind of cool because it's easy to like rip apart if you only want a little bit of it.
Yeah. Well, plus it's accessible, right? Like you can find this material at any craft store. Like.
Yeah, that too.
This is the stuffing they put for like teddy bears and crap. You literally just kind of like spread it out.
Yep.
So this board is for my brother's girlfriend, Danielle. She's awesome. Oh, actually, I can show you something she made. Love me. Also have a visitor. It's a weenie.
Oh, weenie.
Come say hi. Say hi, everybody. She's like, let me free.
She looks so upset.
I know. She's gonna roar pretty soon. Say hi, everybody. Is it a meerkat? Nope, it's a wind. She's so cute. Look at this pudge. Yeah, you can go now. Here you go. You're free. Alright, so Danielle, she is an avid crocheter. And she made this for me. The keycap.
Oh, that's really cute.
And has a stand. So cute.
That's adorable.
So yeah, she was gonna make some different colorways and throw them up like in stock on her Etsy.
Those will sell out immediately.
Yeah. So when she does, I'll let you guys know. But came out super cute.
If you throw that link in Cute Keyboard Club, done.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she wants to like do them in stock because she just does it like in her free time.
Gotcha.
Also, thank you, Sandy, for saying you like my voice. I'm very like not insecure, but like conscious of my voice because I feel like I'm very monotone. So I appreciate that you like it. I'm gonna like keep the edges tucked in. I've never used this on the keyboard before. Just look like teddy bears. It feels so
This board
fun.
is going to sound so... So I will say that's one of the things I like about polyfill. It doesn't, like, just entirely kill the board sound in the way that, like, putting most dense foams would.
Maybe. She's trying to bite my cable. No! 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 Come here. You're in trouble. Oh, she bit me.
Rude.
And then she licked me. How dare you?
The duality of cat.
What are you doing? You can't bite my cables. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, don't bite me. No! Get off of me! What is your problem?
Polyfill in my Singa and it made zero difference, but the board is pretty thick and heavy without the weight. Yeah, that might be part of it.
Board is heavy as heck. Okay. So I think I'm gonna hold up the one side because otherwise it'll fall down, I think. Alright, it did come with a couple extra screws, which I love that. Okay, I'm just kind of loosely screwing. How dare you! She's attacking my artisan. I think, you know what it is? She's in her hyper mode right now.
Oh. Of course, cats will sleep through the day, and then it's like you're doing something or you're falling asleep, and they're just running everywhere.
Like a certain time every night, she gets real hyper and she starts like attacking my stuff.
One of our cats has been just the worst today. I think it's because we've been getting like a cleaning service every 2 weeks to come by, and like an hour after they left, I went to feed the cats, and I was like, "Where's Nimu? I don't see Nimu anywhere." If I pour his food, he usually comes.
Yeah, he'll come running.
Yeah, so I start looking around, and I realized the cleaner had trapped him in my roommate's office.
Oh no!
He was just like tearing at the door, trying to get to his food.
Aww,
but I think that put him in a mood all day because I've since found him trying to eat a plant, knocking cans off my desk as I'm trying to nap. He dipped his paw into a glass of water, then drank straight from another glass of water. He's been a real
on one
today.
Aww.
Yeah.
He's like on a revenge streak.
Basically.
He's like, how dare you do that
to
me?
Like, y'all terrorized me this morning. I will terrorize you right back.
Yeah. Nemu.
He gets away with it because he's really cute.
I know, he is cute. He loves you too.
He does. He's so sweet. We joke about, like, when we stop living with our roommates, we're stealing him.
Yeah, you should. I fully support this.
Great. I'll just let them know that I have your support, and they'll be like, who?
Just say influencer.
The council has spoken.
The Kitty Cat Cutie Babies channel has said keep Nemu.
It's true. A lot of pictures of Nemu. My wife makes fun of me because I'm always like, I like don't want to like scroll through Instagram and see like pictures of people. I like to see interesting things. Like people are just like here's a selfie, here's my kid, and Taylor was like, you realize that like every picture you take and send is of Nimu or a keyboard, right? Like a lot of people would find that boring. I was like, that's fair, actually.
I feel like the cat pictures, the internet was made for cat pictures. So like,
it's by far the most wholesome thing the internet was made for.
Yeah, like you're never gonna, no one's not gonna like a picture of a cat.
Exactly.
Unless they're a psychopath.
Like the kind of person that's like, are you a cat person or a dog person? I like cute animals.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a dog or a cat.
Licky kitties are nice too.
Exactly.
All kitties are valid.
So right as I said, like, I still have some organizing to do, but like most things are set up. I realize I can't find the drill bit to like clean my desoldering gun. So I've had to do this whole desolder with my SSO2, which really sucks.
No. Okay, I just discovered the like beauty and joy of the FR301 tonight because I finally used it for the first time.
It makes everything go so much faster.
My life is eternally changed now.
Yup.
It's basically like black magic. And yeah. I love it.
If you do a build service, if you stream builds, it's like a necessity. It's such an expensive necessity, but oh my god, it's so nice.
I thought people were exaggerating. This is like, what was the other thing I thought people were lying about?
Was it like lubing switches or something?
It wasn't lubing switches. It was like something like that though, and I was like, I thought you guys were lying. But no, the FR301 is a really good investment.
Oh my god, that's the first time on my first pass every switch came out. That is beautiful.
Bless.
Yeah.
All right. Dang, this thing is so cute. Great. Okay. Let me put this away. Yeah, I'm trying to think what it was. I was like, I thought you guys were lying, but it's real.
I feel like I vaguely remember that happening too, but I also don't remember what it was.
Yeah, there's like a couple of different keyboard things where I like think people are lying about it. Oh, it was Switch films.
Oh yeah.
I thought people were lying about Switch films. I was like, there's no way that they're actually gonna change the Switch.
It does so much.
I know. So when I used it, I was like, oh, they weren't lying. It's real. Okay.
It's an upsetting moment too.
Yeah, I'm just like, dang it.
That's so much work.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna ask. So, I've never used a DSS set before, but is it common, like, I know for, like, cherry profile, most people, or not most people, but a lot of people like to flip spacebar. Is that a thing with DSS too?
Oh, we're talking flip spacebars. I didn't realize we were getting political tonight. So, people flip regardless of profile, but I'm going to say, like, as an anti-flip spacebar person, if you use a flip spacebar and say it's more comfortable, it is because you have bad typing posture. Because the reason people think it's more comfortable is because they lean their hands down, like when they type, like their wrist kind of gets closer to the desk, and so they're hitting the spacebar at an angle. And that's just how you get RSI over time, with your wrist down like that.
Oh, okay.
If you're properly hovering like you would play a piano, then non-flip should be more comfortable.
That makes sense, because if I'm like, yeah, because if so, like, I'm gonna put the spacebar on.
Static mini bars for DSS or DSA, so it can't be flipped. True,
because
yeah,
if you're,
she's using a, what is that, a 6.25 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is sculpted, but yeah, that makes sense, because if your wrists are down here, which they're not supposed to be, you're hitting that edge, but if I raise my
Yeah.
fingers up, I'm hitting the part that it should be hitting.
Yeah,
Wow, I
those are some
didn't
of my favorite
know.
posts on our mechanical keyboards where like you see the flip spacebar and the wrist rest, and you're like, oh, you're gonna really hate yourself in 10 years.
Yeah, I need to learn better typing posture and stuff. I feel like my issue, because you know you're supposed to like have the keyboard far enough out that like your arms can rest on the desk.
Oh, I mean, you've seen me type. I keep my keyboard like on
My
the opposite
problem
end of my
with
desk
that,
mat.
my problem with that is that the way, because my desk sits up against a wall, so my
Mhm.
monitors can't push further back.
Yeah,
So
gotcha.
if I sit this close, my eyeballs are like in my monitor. So
One thing you could do is wall mount your monitors.
yeah, that's true. I was thinking about that the other day actually, because my work
It's
sent
really
me
nice.
my work sent me a, I think it's a 34-inch widescreen
Ooh.
monitor. I don't remember the exact size, but it's like a widescreen monitor, and it's too big for my desk. It's like really wide. Because right now I have two monitors that are on like, they're connected on a central like pole thingy, and then the arms go out.
Yeah.
But the one they sent me is just like one big old screen. So I was like, I could technically mount it on the wall, but then I don't know.
The other nice thing about wall mounting it is that you don't like they don't shake when you move the desk.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. Yeah, I've also been thinking about like how to deal with my lighting setup. I need to talk to Ozzy. He said he'll help me. But
Let me know what he says because mine is also not great.
yeah,
Though,
I think we have the same lights actually. The key light airs or whatever.
yeah, we do.
Yeah. So I'm gonna ask him
One
to see
thing,
if he can be my consultant.
one thing to consider is getting smart lights in your overhead lights, like in your room.
Oh. Well, I mean, my fan is crappy. Basically, I have a fan.
Do you just have like the center fan lights?
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, I guess I could put in actual lights.
It doesn't hurt. I'll send you the bulbs I got. They weren't that expensive, and you can control everything from your smartphone, from like brightness to color, and you can set presets.
Well,
and
it's funny because I had bought a smart bulb because I wanted to. Before I had these little backlight things, I was like, oh, I'll just put a smart bulb in a lamp and it'll be like I can change the colors. And then I went and like none of the light lamps fit this bulb, so I bought this light bulb. It's like a smart light bulb.
What's the brand?
The brand is called TP Link Casa Smart.
Oh, it's TP Link. Okay.
Anyways, I bought it and then I was like, none of my lamps fit this bulb. So I was like, now I gotta find a lamp.
That sucks.
So I don't know, because right now I have these two Amazon, like they're kind of like floodlight type of things. They're the kind that it's like meant to light up a tree outside. But
right, they come with like the thick green cable that's meant to be like staked into your front yard.
No, these ones don't. But
okay.
I mean they work. It was like $20 for the two of them. So
Static says 2 key lights on the left and right with big soft boxes to diffuse them is the way. Ooh.
Yeah, I need to ask about the soft box situation because I have the two key light airs on like opposite sides, and what happens is my desk will be lit well, but then my face gets like.
Yeah, I had those issues. I'll be right back. I need to grab some bubble wrap.
Yeah. Get that right. Oh, also Static, if you want to join voice chat, just let me know. I can pull you into Stream Queens. Dude. The case color, the key set colors, and those switches. Wow, what a pretty combo. I know, right? It's so pretty. It just like worked out because this keycap set I picked up on Mech Market like real recent. I know, poor Zoe. Hopefully they'll feel better soon. It's rough because like, especially with kids going back to school, like just normal germs too are also being spread again. So like But it's always nerve-wracking trying to figure out what it is and waiting, for the test. So I hope everything is okay and you get some sleep tonight. Trent has it now too. Oh no. Yeah, hopefully it's just like normal flu or like a cold or something. My thing is always like, do I have COVID or did I sleep with my mouth open? Usually I slept with my mouth open. This set is really cute. Also, DSS, I really like it. SA is too tall for me. Did I just drop something? But I'm really enjoying like Cat and now DSS. I like you. You're cute. Where should I put? I'm excited to just see like all of these keys together. Like it's rare for me to have access to a full-size board, so seeing the whole set like on a board is gonna be nice. DSS feels so dang good. It's by far my favorite profile. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the only other DSS that I have is the Lights Out, that black on black set. But I don't have a board to put it on yet, but I should have one coming soon. This set though is real cute. I'm excited. I think to this board, the purple color is gonna look good with a lot of different keycap sets. I find that purple looks great with a lot of keycap sets. Because it's like kind of in the cool range of colors. Like 808 Boom on purple boards is like insanely nice. Which you wouldn't think that would be the case. Also, where should we put our artisan?
I'm back.
What up?
Definitely thought during my organizing I had taken our bubble wrap and put it like in the back of our shed, went all the way up there. Couldn't find it, came back in just to realize it was by the back door I'd left out of to go look for it. Just chilling.
Great success.
Yup. I'm hoping DSS white on black gets a second shot at group buy. I don't think it will. I just think that there are too many white on blacks, and DSS is just not appealing enough for people to be like, that's the white on black I want.
There seems to be quite a few like in stock white on blacks.
That's part of the problem as well, for sure. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, why do we need another group buy when it's in stock?
Right. It's like if you take like let's say Analog Dreams, they're like, well, I can't get that for under $500. So if someone ran it and I could get it in 3 months, that would be awesome. But like, yeah. White on black is white on black. Why you gotta crush my dreams? Look, that my job is to both make and break dreams. I'm sorry that this was one of the latter.
He can't just like make all of our dreams come true. A couple of them need to get smashed, okay?
It's like Thanos balancing, right? Like for some of them to come true, yeah. Some others have to be ruined.
There needs to be a sacrifice, okay?
Exactly.
Like not
I feel like 808 is the perfect set made by perfect people. It goes on everything. That is such a wonderful, unbiased opinion.
Yeah.
That being said, I totally agree. It is.
I agree cool too. 808 Boom came out fantastic.
I am so excited to finally put it on a board. I still don't know what board I will put. Ooh, maybe I'll put it on my Praxis. That would look cool.
You know what? This board doesn't come with the F13 key or the set.
Sounds like it's time for another artisan. Oh, well, you could just
I
move the
guess
artisan
put
to the
this one up.
F13 and put the
Yeah.
escape on the escape spot.
I've never had an F13 like key to put an artisan on. This is perfect. Oh my gosh.
I thought you sold your Praxis. No, I kept the Praxis. I'm not sure what you're thinking of, but I do still have my Praxis. Unless I did sell it at some point and just
Right?
completely... No,
You
wait,
forgot.
Wait. Okay.
You need to check your
look
crib.
my
You need
keyboards.
to check your crib.
This is like Memento, but for keyboards.
Yeah.
Hold
You
up.
gotta start tattooing your inventory on your arm so you don't forget. Wait, okay, I forget what the layout is with this board.
No, I do still have the... Okay, I just opened it up. I still have the Praxis. I sold Wasabi because Wasabi round 2 was going to run with better compat. And then I didn't buy Wasabi 2 because I was too broke that month. But I mean, it's a black board. Like, anything will look good on it.
And multiplication.
There's just a stack of keyboard Polaroids in your car with gibberish all over them. Don't trust this vendor.
Yeah. Wow. Don't trust this vendor. Amazing. I feel like I wish. Wait, this board is weird. Oh, interesting. So when you do the 6.25, the right of the spacebar mods are 1.5.
Yeah.
But then the left is 1.25.
Yeah, 1800s are kind of funky on the right side of the spacebar. I don't think it's bad most of the time.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I have seen some egregious ones that are like 4-1Us. I hate that, but aside from that.
Is meta in place of win key?
Yes. Ish. It depends. Meta shouldn't be in place of win key, but on a lot of sets it is.
Yeah.
I think it was Constantine that, maybe it was No Pit Fun, it was one of the two, showed me a while back that like meta actually has its own distinct definition and is really supposed to be used more in place of like function or FN.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, okay. I think it's this. My guess is I'm trying to figure out which row keys exists for these. Or we could do artisans.
Yes, artisans.
Artisans. We'll see which ones
I'm no longer Scream Queen because someone made my Discord role Party Boy.
Oh yeah, hold on. If you go into chat, I can pull you in. Yeah, go into like gamers only. I wanted you to be special. You got your own role that nobody else has. Oh lord, we're about to expose my artisan addiction.
Let's go.
Let's go! Okay, I got this one. I'm just gonna pull out like pinks and greens and stuff. Oh wait. This one's meant for analog dreams, but I think it would work.
The colorways are surprisingly like relevant to each other. Like it's not perfect, but it should work.
They're pretty close, right? Like
yeah.
Oh yeah, I have the Corby now. Oh, this little guy is really close. I have the noodles for analog dreams.
It's so funny. There's a few sets where I'm like, oh, I need artisans for that because I've got the set coming and I want it to look cool. And then I was going through all my artisans while organizing last night. I was like, wow, I said that to myself a lot about the same few sets. And now I have like 7 Taros, 3 Analog Dreams, 5 Avas.
No, same. Oh, bruh, I noticed I had this cap. It's meant to match DSA Encore.
Oop.
Rip.
Big rip to that.
Dude, that drama was like sucks, but also real good for my entertainment purposes.
That just reminded me about something that I'm still kind of upset about, which is that there were artisan makers that wouldn't collab with me because they collabed with the other floral shop set that failed to hit MOQ a month before I ran mine. So
Wait,
they were
a
like, we're already
floral
doing that
shop
colorway.
set?
Yeah, it was a GMK iconographic.
What was
And
that?
I'm just saying, their IC came out after mine did, and they went to group buy before I did. I was a little bit salty, but then it didn't even get made, so there was nothing to be salty about.
Ooh, this one would work, I think. I'm just gonna pull out a bunch of crap.
Oh, you want to pull in Trav?
Oh yeah. What up?
Hey,
Yo.
How you doing?
not too bad, not too bad. Hey, I just wanted to speak with human beings. Becky is gone until Saturday. She's visiting family, and it's been day one, and it has been so quiet in the house.
That's gonna be my wife starting tomorrow. I'm gonna be gone, and our roommates are gone too. I have the
Oh
whole
my
place
God.
to herself.
Alright, we got options. We gonna...
Like, this is the first time we've been like apart for like 18 months, which is weird. But at the same
Yeah.
time, it's like, it's weird.
Enjoy the peace.
I
Okay.
fell asleep like a little bit at 9 p.m. tonight. Like, no, this ain't happening, Chief.
I'm pulling out my like top picks.
I'll be
I'm
right
not.
back.
All right.
Ooh, the Snex looks so perfect for it.
I know. Yeah, Analog Dream stuff seems to match pretty good.
Yeah, I evoked the 3 Snex in the what's the one to the right of the Snex?
So we got the noodles. This one is Popsy Skull from
Popsy Skull, that one.
Hungerworks Studios, I think.
Yeah.
We also have a purple copycat that matches pretty close too.
I think the 3 Snex plus the Popsy Skull will look so good on that.
Which one should I put this on here or at the end?
If you put on the far right one, then it kind of gets bookended. The Snex get bookended by the other two.
You.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Nikes. Oh yes, no, that cap is from Terabyte Caps. She's super cool. We had her booked for Mex on Deck one time for artisans. But she had to call out because of work, but she was super nice.
Who is this?
Terabyte Caps. She does
yeah.
the Penny and I forget what the other school. One I think is called Mona. It's like a Clefairy. And then the Penny is the little penguin. She has a cool one that she just launched this week. It's like it looks like an ice cream with like a little cone for the horn, like a unicorn. It came out really cute.
Super cute.
Okay, let's move this away. Look how cute it is, though. Look at that.
Yeah, that slaps.
Especially with this color. So pretty. Okay.
Those artisans look perfect, honestly. I was like, it'll look good, but like
Yeah,
those look like they could be collabs.
Yeah, the Analog Dreams collab seemed to pull off for after school. So if you're gonna get after school, keep that in mind.
This sucks for me because now I'm going to go hunt down all the Analog Dreams caps.
Honestly, this one from Copycat, I don't think it was meant for a specific collab, but the colors are almost spot on for after school.
I will have to hunt one of those down.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I was like really surprised. Okay, we're gonna do a typing test, but I have a little surprise. So,
Ooh.
I need to change my screen real fast, plug in the board, and we'll do a silent typing test. Because you guys are really just here to watch me type, right?
That's it.
Okay, I'll be right back. So I can set this up.
I'll mute myself.
Back. And I didn't think about how it would affect the keycaps, but I made a custom desk mat for Rubber Ducky's birthday. I don't know if you can see that. Let me see. Hold on, let me try this so they can see it. Oh, you guys can unmute now if you want. Here, you can see my stream.
There you
go. Wait, let me see if I can fix this thing. Wait, can you see it on my screen?
Yeah, I can see it through Discord. You're sharing your screen.
Okay.
Oh, that's oh god.
I made this custom desk mat, you guys, for Rubber Ducky's birthday. It's all his favorite things. Bongo cats and ducks and rubber duckies. So wait, I need to figure out how to make this nicer. But you know, I just thought I'd do something nice for his birthday, and he's not even here because he's sleeping.
It's a pretty. I think he would love it.
Wait, let me see if I can do this. Let's see if I can adjust it so that it's not as crappy. Well, we need to work on this, but anyways. I'm curious actually because so when I bought this desk mat, their advertising was like it's meant to be for like gamers to like show their oh, I wonder if I could select the color. Wait, how do you do this? Oh, interesting. Well, I'll have to mess with it later. But anyways, I wanted to mess around with using a green screen. Because basically this was meant to, like, their advertising for it was that you would use it when you're playing games to show your keyboard and mouse, like, on top of your game stuff. It was really weird. But I'm curious if, like, because these are bluish caps, if that's why it's, like, see-through. Maybe I just need to dial in the color a little better. But anyways, this is my attempt. I'll do a typing test, but you're not gonna be able to hear it. Like, it's silent. Let me monkey type though. Okay. I guess, do you want to hear the sound part of it? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can try. You know,
Okay, I'll pause my
whatever
thing.
happens.
Let me turn off my AC because that's gonna be loud as heck. I'll turn off my noise thingy. Ah! Artisans are falling. Okay, let's try this. See how fast I can type. Oh wait, I should put this closer. Did I cut myself? Let's try this one more time. I will say it's not completely silent. $97. Yeah, I will say it's not completely silent. It's mostly the space.
It is
bar.
on stream though. I can't hear a thing.
Yeah, I would imagine you can't hear anything on stream, even with like the noise thing off. Cause yeah, it's like kind of it's just the space bar. Like, it's not loud, but I can hear like a little bing, like a little.
Yeah, no silent switches are ever going to be like truly silent.
Yeah, but yeah, I can hear like a little. I think as it's returning, it almost sounds like you're playing a retro game.
Ooh,
and
nice.
The like
that goes well with the theme.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like that, but it's real quiet, so it's not like a big issue or anything. But I'd be curious.
Will say, Norbauer, don't cancel me. I do wish that the spacebar was alpha colored instead of mod colored.
You should have like thrown that in on the thing. But yeah, this is my secret weapon now, so we're about to be all powerful, you guys.
I love that green screen, Matt. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's really fun. I saw it when I was ordering, like, I ordered like a new arm for my top-down camera.
Oh, nice.
I had like the small one, and I wanted the other one because it lets me like center the camera better and like have it more level. And when I was ordering that, I saw that they were selling these dust fans, and I was like, "Oh heck yeah, I need that."
Nice.
Wait, I need to plug this mess. How do I do it? Oh, there it goes. But yeah, the also the other thing I was curious about with the VIA was it doesn't seem like you can configure the RGB in the VIA configuration.
Oh, that's funky.
Yeah, because I was looking for because usually there's like a tab that says lighting, and I'm not seeing it at all. So
I wonder if you've got like a bad or old VIA hex on there. Maybe there's a new one that could be downloaded.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I should probably check that.
And like if that is the case, or if you can't figure it out, I would definitely ask in the like keys server.
Yeah.
I feel like someone should know the answer to that.
Because the other thing too is the backlight, the decrease is set on the key where you would use for split left shift. So you can't really access it
weird.
From but yeah, I'll try reflashing it. That's probably what it is. But yeah, because I would think that like on the QMK side it shouldn't matter. It would be like, I would think it would be the JSON file that it's pulling down from VIA.
Right.
But who knows? I think the reality is that Canon Keys was lazy and just expects you to use the QMK lighting controls mapped to a layer. Yeah, well that's the thing, is like you can't add any more lighting controls because they're not enabled in the VIA GUI. Because there's a lighting setting property you have to add to the JSON. So whatever. She cute though. Because yeah, I think it's like that would bump up the lights. Wow! Wait, I want to turn off my light and see what it looks like. Woo! It looks cool.
It does look cool.
I don't use backlighting on my boards. I don't think my boards have it, that's why. But I kind of like am tempted. Well, I know from my Design 03 that mess is gonna get blown out, like all the RGs and Bs. So
if you want a super RGB board, you should look at getting something from Rgb KB.
Oh
They'll
yeah,
have the Soul 3 coming out soon, and every board from Lego Nut is just so insane on the RGB.
I definitely want to so my coworker wants one of the Soul boards, I think.
Yeah, the Soul 3 is the new one coming out.
Yeah. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. I've been using the new keyboard tag.
Oh, that's a thing now. Yeah.
No, it's been really nice actually. Who do we want to stream? Baby stream? Or
support the baby streams.
Okay, let's find baby stream. Can confirm lighting in Rekt1800 is set to none. Ah, dang it. See, that's what I was thinking it was.
Oh.
Yeah.
There is a small I think they're Japanese keyboard streamer going right now.
Ooh.
Let me post link.
Atarashi tomodachi. Ooh, here we go.
You're just making stuff up now.
Lukuri. They're making something. I don't know what this kanji is. Katsu dog? Oh, Katsu the dog. Oh, there's another one too. But you know what their username is?
What?
pp_small.
It's so dumb.
Okay, well, we'll raid the dog one because I'm still gonna follow this person. Oh, I guess they do retro gaming. Sufami. Oh, yeah. I know, it is dumb, but it's funny. I'll put the link for PP Small in chat. So if you want to go there, then...
I'm good.
Okay, let's raid Katsu the doggo. There we go. Alright, thanks everybody for hanging out with me. You're the real ones. Thank you to the new followers. I appreciate you. But yeah, I will be back on tomorrow, actually. Me and my sister are going to be doing our usual Sister Queen stream. So we're going to play some games. I think we're going to do Puzzle Paint. So if you like puzzles, make sure to hop in the Discord. I'll ping in there when we're going to play. And yeah, anything you guys want to say?
Nope, I'm outie right now. I'm not doing any streams, but this was fun. I literally just finished my last package that needs to go out tomorrow, so that worked out really well.
Awesome. How about you, Trav?
I have nothing to promote right now. The Langlandia stream will be up and running soon. TM. We have some builds up and coming. Let's see here. Fuck capitalism, punch Nazis, and
there you go.
Raytheon is a great company that does nothing but great things. Yep.
/S. All right, everybody. See you later. Bye. You gotta keep waving.
You know, I think it's funny. By the way, are we off? I'm sorry, we're still on.